Well?
That's why I've been thinking about what I should do to keep you all to myself. Oh no, she's got the under me! No, go! For example, I could do something to you so you need to be nursed for the rest of your life. She's gone yandere! No, stop it! Maybe I should go through with it. It's okay. You don't need to do that. Huh?
Danganronpa.
Also wondering if I should do novel mode or not.
Ding 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 ding!
Because it takes like 45 minutes and literally just novel. Oh, also! I did do this at least. And now I have a pig. I didn't realize it did that! But now we should be good. So we have everything we really need. The only thing we really need now is to, continue essentially dating people. I wonder who should I date next? I'll do Chiaki. Let's do Chiaki. I'm gonna look up her guide real quick though. Alright, we're gonna use a trip ticket and we're gonna see where she would like to go. So we're gonna go to the beach because we haven't been there before. Arrived at the beach, an endless blue ocean and a white beach. Truly the spot is fit for a tropical island. It's like there's no one else here except us. What should we do now? Right now it's mostly, grinding and doing this. Oh, let's go fishing is a good one.
Hey, hey!
If you want to fish, then it's on. I never thought you'd challenge me. For some reason, I'm really happy.
Leave it to me.
I'm pretty good at most kinds of fishing. I mean, I can't progress until I complete the Fishopedia. Wait, are you talking about Animal Crossing? Alright, let's do it. I won't lose. Looks like she had a really good time.
Hajime.
Hajime?
I'm glad.
I had so much fun today. It was very, very fun. I want to go out with you again. Just like this. So please, ask me out again, okay? But I had so much fun. So sleepy that I might fall over. But knowing you'll probably just carry me back to my room. So it's fine. I had to get used to her voice again. Everyone, it's nighttime. Please get plenty of rest so you can do your very best again tomorrow. Good night. Day 21. Yay.
Everyone!
Today's your day off. Okay, dismissed. Looks like there's no one else here except us. What should we do now? Let's take her No! Let's go fishing. That's the one she really likes.
Hey, hey!
If you want to fish, then it's on. Right at the beach, and let's go fishing again.
Hey, hey!
I was adjusting a thing, and it's being stupid. Stop being stupid! There we go. Fixed it. Day 22. Full spirit! Nekomaru seems to be feeling pretty good. Since you're all working so hard, here you go. More drugged food! Okay, have a nice day. You can't tell me that it's not drugged. It has to be drugged in order to apply that much. So we need special beast meat, fresh sashimi. Take the fresh... Just need one more. Okay. So we have enough of that, so we just need the special beast meat and the expensive plate. Expensive plate is here. Where's the other thing? Ah, it's there. So everyone will go there and everyone else will go to the forest. You're cleaning. You go to the forest. Yeah, because if I remember, the beast meat takes a minute. Alright, there we go. There you go. Well, I got 4. I don't- I think I covered it. Who should I talk to? Alright. And I did do that. I played the school mode like 10 times, and I was so excited to get a new ending, and then all of a sudden it's the same ending from the very beginning when you get nothing done, and I'm like, what's going on? And apparently, in order to get a different ending, you have to get all the items done, and then you have to do everything else, and that annoyed me. So I had to grind off stream in order to get up to a level where I could actually do that. Anyway, let's build a sandcastle. That sounds like fun. We should try to make it look realistic. I think the two of us could make something amazing. What kind of castle should we make? Should we draw it out in advance first? Just thinking about it is making me really excited. Looks like she had a really good time.
Hajime,
Hajime?
I'm glad.
I had so much fun today. It was very, very fun. I want to go out with you again. Just like this. So please, ask me out again, okay? I had so much fun. So sleepy that all over. But knowing you, you'll probably just carry me back to my room. So it's fine. Oh, isn't that the same thing? Was. Everyone, it's nighttime.
Well?
I need to try hard. I get sleepy nights. Yaki seems to be feeling pretty good. And I will play Danganronpa 3 once I'm done with Inscription. More drugs. Alright, I can make the thing, and now we can focus on making the swimming nail. I need to write this down. But we're gonna send everyone that we can here for now. There we go. Yep, we definitely have enough sacred treasure. Who should I talk to? Sandcastle. Didn't we? Yeah, we already did this. Nighttime. I'm gonna do that twice as much today. Hyoko seems to be feeling pretty good. Drug juice. Drug juice. Right. Yeah. Something tells me I have enough junk parts and sacred treasure, so now all I need is hammer. I don't think I need to send everyone to go grab a hammer, so why don't we try to go for the golden egg? How many do I need? 10? Yeah, everyone else will look for the golden egg. I'll send like half the people to that are not dead. We have enough hammers. We didn't get any golden eggs. So the next few days we're gonna go do golden eggs. Who should I talk to? Sandcastle again. Everyone, it's nighttime.
We need her heart event, and then we need to do the other dialogue. Goodbye. Construct. Make the swimming nail now. That makes all the, doubles all the water materials. Now we just need the help room, so we need to send everyone to get some golden eggs. I think I have enough golden eggs. Interesting. Yes, let's take her off our clothes. Let's go fishing. Drugs! Alright, now we can make the help room, which increases our cleaning efficiency, which should mean that we can make it so that we only have one person cleaning. So now we need to collect shiny stone for collecting spirit and cleaning spirit. Alright, we have 6 Java pearls. I don't know how many I need. I should have wrote that down too. Oh. Sami! Show me my levels!
Alrighties!
Mikan's full. And Chiaki is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 3 more times, and then Chiaki's
Hey!
Go fishing again!
Hey, hey!
The stuff to level people up was a lot cheaper in the first game, honestly. Yeah, I have that. Right now I'm trying to get the cleaning spirit thing. Oh! Frick, I collected for the wrong thing. That was the collecting spirit. I needed the... Whoops.
Yay!
Okay, you did very well. Here's some tickets.
Received 8 trip tickets.
Next goal is
Ta-da!
right here.
Oh, we're making
Engines
her house?
revving.
I feel different today! I'm all fired up! Okay, let's focus on what we need to make. I need to look at what she needs first. Clay, wood, saw, paint. I can make wood. How much wood does she need? 25. Yep, and Teru can do stuff on his own now, so that's good. And we have Fuyuhiko to replace him if he ever gets tired. Go meet with someone. Gosh dang you! Day 28. Holiday again.
Everyone!
Today's your day off. Okay, dismissed.
Go meet with someone. I think I talked to Chiaki one more time and then she's full. Correct?
Alrighty!
Yep. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, one more time and then she's done.
Blah, 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 blah.
Chiaki! Guess it's RNG if you get the other pieces of dialogue or not. Oh, let's split a watermelon! Finally got the watermelon! Does this mean we're competing to see who can split the watermelon better? Ah, but we won't be able to split it right if we don't work together. Oh, I see. You want to do it in co-op mode. It's my first time, so I don't know if I'll be able to do it well. Let's do it! Looks like she had a really good time.
Hajime!
Hajime. Yep, that's the same. Meet with someone who I should talk to. She should now be full. I don't think I really need her heart event. Does she even have one? That's weird. Usually you get it like once or twice whenever you talk to them. Well, I guess I didn't get Chiaki's. I'm not doing Moonchild, no. I refuse. I'm gonna go do Gundam. Since you get you don't get to choose now. You lost your privileges. I'm gonna go do Gundam. Nope, I'm doing Gundam. I'm not doing Sonia. Fine, I'll go do Sonia. Okay, what would you like to do with Sonia? There. Really hard to go wrong by her, apparently. Because she has a full heart choice in almost everything but the military base. We arrived at the movie theater. It appears that several old movies are being screened at the small cinema complex. Looks like there's no one else here except us. What should we do now? Nope, that's the bad one. We need to have popcorn!
You are right.
Yes, of course. It's the biggest mystery of the movie theaters. It dirties your hands, and though you do not really want to eat it, we still buy it for some unknown reason. We tried banning the sale of popcorn at movie theaters in my country. Revolution nearly broke out. Afterward, our country's movie theaters offered free all-you-can-eat popcorn for quite a while. This incident became rather famous. It was even documented in our history text. The Novoselic Kingdom seems... It must be a peaceful place. Looks like she had a really good time. The fact that they decided to revolutionize since they took away popcorn. Until now, I always believed that dates were meant to be expensive and extravagant. Yet, I was able to have so much fun simply by spending time with you. For some reason, it is very mysterious. Please ask me out again. Till that time, I shall be waiting. Now then, let us get ready to leave. Of course, we shall hold hands together. Nighttime. Day 29.
Engines revving!
I feel different today! I'm all fired up! About the fact that I was dating your crush. Because Richie seems to be feeling pretty good. I think he figured out a murder plot. Room robo. Okay, I need wood and clay. Oh, I don't need wood. I need sawing clay. Gosh, Richie. Alright, I think I have enough sand and silver now. Old movies. I'd rather make my own movies than watch them.
My!
Really?
Amazing!
Amazing! Let us do it together! Fortunately, this is a great location, and the ratio of girls to boys is perfect.
I see. I see.
A sweet vacation on a tropical island. Fluttering love and friendship, swirling jealousy and malice. There is no doubt we would create a masterpiece. It would become a benchmark for all trendy dramas. Looks like she had a really good time. Till now, I always believed dates were expensive and extravagant. Thank you.
Everyone, it's nighttime. Please get plenty of rest so you can do your very best again tomorrow.
Oh, did you, what difficulty did you have it set to? Can you set the difficulty? I don't know. Everyone to the beach! We're raiding the beach! Everyone but Teru, who coincidentally ended up being my, the person that's working at the frickin' cleaning. I don't know why he was my go-to for cleaning. It just happened like that. I did not target him. It is not a repeat of Gerbil. I didn't even do that with Gerbil. I don't even know how Gerbil became my cleaning man. Fihiko leveled. That's good. Well, Fihiko was a pretty low level to begin with. Popcorn!
Good night. Everyone, it's nighttime.
Oh, frick, oops, didn't mean to do that. I was still holding control. Definitely have enough shiny stones. theater. Let's watch a love story.
Of course!
Of course! That is why we have come here.
Wow!
Watching a romantic love story on a date at a movie theater. Oh my! Such a cliched outcome.
Of course!
But that is why it is amazing. Those who laugh at cliches will be brought to tears by them. Looks like she had a really good time. Alright, now we'll switch over to the library. Because I don't think many people would like the library.
Good night.
Hi, Ibuki. Oh, more drugs. Alright, I think we have enough for the rest of the play now. Yes, we do. That's all we needed. We constructed her house. Did I get enough expensive plates? I need 10. I don't know how many I had before this. To the library. No! I can make my own! We arrived at the library. Inside the huge building, there are books as far as the eye can see lining the shelves. Looks like there's no one else here except us. What should we do now? Alright, I need to switch over to her. Alright, time to look for some treasure.
Yes!
Yes! Libraries contain vast treasure troves!
Also!
They have books, ancient documents. There may even be some real spellbooks slumbering here somewhere.
Could it be?
More important, this building is old. There may even be some hidden doors and secret passageways. Ah, let us hurry and go look for them. Looks like she had a really good time.
Till now,
I always thought dates expensive and extravagant. Yep. Why is the library still trashed even though Monokuma never came? Did he trash the library before he even got to Usami, or whatever? It's fine.
Amazing!
Oh, hi Nagito. Drugs! Let's see, I got 4 special beast meat. I'm not sure how many I even had beforehand. What to do? Go meet with someone? Who should I talk to? Again, later. This is a great place to kill time.
Yes!
Yes, I can kill as much as I want. As much as I want.
Amazing!
Though not as vast as my royal library, this place appears to have quite the collection. And it also has a great view, so there is no need to worry about people going missing.
Alright!
Now then, let's do our best and explore. Looks like she had a really good time. What happened in her library?
everyone, it's nighttime.
I don't know what that was. Days the Day Hunt, Usami House. Yeah, I have it. Let's see. I got 7 out of the 10. I need 3 more.
Yay! Okay, he did very well. Here's some tickets.
Received 8 trip tickets.
The next goal is
Ta-da!
right here.
Engines revving!
I feel different today. I'm all fired up because you're planning on how to kill me. Probably has like a trebuchet or something ready. Torture me. I need more nails. What's the level?
Alrighty!
I have 6. Okay. Great place to kill time. Soon. Holiday. Let's read something.
Of course!
Of course. That is why libraries exist. I am extremely happy to be blessed with someone who understands me so well. Now what shall I read today? The Encyclopedia of Pagan Gods? Ah, but this occult literature is intriguing. Ezuko woke up from so she's limited to those subjects. Looks like she had a really good time. Stuff that... stuff about the occult and religion? Really? Interesting. Meet with someone. Who should I talk to? Let's read something.
Nighttime.
Maybe we might get her
Jeez,
hard event
you're
now,
pathetic.
or maybe not. Hi, Fuyuhiko. Oh, more drugs. Alright, blood and golden plate. Hey, apparently we're not,
Yes.
we're not getting her heart event. Oh well. It's fine. Hi, Buki. Destruct. More level ups. Meet with someone. Who should I talk to? Oh wait, not Sonia. I think I finished Sonia.
Alrighty.
About to go talk to Sonia again. I just finished her. Alright, let's go talk to Gundam. Gundam. Oh. Do a Gundam, use a trip ticket. Arrive at the movie theater. Movies. Curry flavored, huh?
What?
What did you say?
I can see it!
I heard the rumors, but this is the first time I've actually seen it! Or put it in my mouth, as they say.
Be happy!
Fine then! I shall accept your challenge! You will definitely regret ever issuing me such a reckless challenge! He looks extremely happy. Looks like he had a really good time. Be happy! Hajime Hinata, I never expected you to keep me so entertained.
Good instincts.
Feels like my 4 dark divas of destruction are also in a good mood. You're quite handy with your spells. It's not a bad idea to talk to you a little bit more. I shall cordially invite you to my space. Of course! You have no right to decline! Come then! Let's go! As soon as you ask where his hamsters were, they came out of nowhere. Day 38. You have summoned the hamsters. Hi! Hello, Nekomaru. Oh, can I finally finish the wood plank? As the nails are taking too dang long. Well, I can get them out of the mountain at least. Yet. For some stupid reason. Yeah, I definitely have enough silver. Movies. Watch a movie about animals?
Good instincts.
Though those exist for human egos, they're only possible due to the advanced skills of magical beast trainers. I must learn what those skills are.
It appears you cannot escape.
However, the skills are too advanced. We run the risk of sustaining powerful damage. For someone with no resistance such as yourself, your mental defense would be easily overwhelmed.
Fall, my
So
tears.
do not forget to bring some tissues. If possible, bring an entire box. Understand? Looks like he had a really good time. Interesting. Or are we watching Old Yeller? Or is it Red Yeller? I don't remember. Oh, hi, Moonchild. Do I have enough for wood? Yes, I do. Finally. I'm finally done with the wood. Let's see if I have enough for a saw. I do. Now I just need white flowers and whatever I need for the golden plate, which is hammers. like to do? Go meet with someone? Who should I talk to? I'd rather watch film movies than watch. I'd rather film movies than watch them. There we go.
So you have appeared.
Interesting. I never expected to hear you express such a greedy desire.
Fine.
Fine then. I shall lend you my power. Allow me to make any kind of situation possible.
It's nearly
Now then,
showtime!
you may cast anything you like! Not just herbivores, but small and large-sized creatures too! Oh, I'm limited to animals only, huh? It's like we had a really good time. I can make my own movie as long as it's just animals.
Good instincts.
Oh, okay. It's nighttime. Day 40.
I can't stop Drew.
Go away, Terror. No, go back. Okay. Woo-hoo-hoo. Golden plate. There we go. I made it. Good Shippusami. It's done. And now we can focus on making this. I apparently have enough large engines for quite a while. I can send people to get the sacred treasure and golden egg. I have 4 golden eggs. Okay, that's enough. Let's go to the library now. Arrived at the library. Should probably read some technical books.
Good instincts.
Interesting. I never expected you to harbor similar interests as myself. Fine then. I shall reveal to you the titles of the books I love reading.
Now then,
Though even
let
if you
us
read
begin.
You won't be able to understand it at all. Now then, let's start with an encyclopedia of magical beasts throughout the world. Follow me. Looks like he had a really good time. he's showing me an encyclopedia of animals. His ideal date. just pointing out animals. Usami. Day 41. Day is the day. Good Usami. Yep, I have it. I need more golden eggs and sacred treasure, but I do have that.
Yay!
Okay, you did very well. Here's some tickets.
Received 8 church tickets.
Next goal is
Ta-da!
right here.
Jeez, you're
Man,
pathetic.
how annoying. Guess I gotta get excited every now and again. Yay. Okay, I need AI chip, Java alloy, and bag. I have enough white cotton. So AI chip, how many? 4. Alright, that's good. Ooh, everyone's dead. Lovely. I think I have enough silver. Technical books again.
Good instinct.
Maybe I glitched the game or something? It's possible.
Everyone!
Today's your day off.
Read some technical books again. This place is dangerous.
So you have appeared.
So you can feel it too. This place must be within his sphere of influence. He must have planned to successfully lure us here. By overcoming that obstacle is far too easy for me. More importantly, we must now focus on learning what his purpose is. Otherwise, we will not avoid the reconstruction of the world. Who is he anyway? I'm probably better off not asking. Looks like we had a really good time.
Yawn. Nighttime.
Go. have plenty of junk parts, and I think I got plenty of sacred treasure. It's a great place to kill time. You have some nerve to say that in front of so much knowledge.
You
But
fiend.
perhaps you sense it as well. Hidden among this infinite expanse of literature, there is an actual spellbook that remains yet unseen. It might be interesting to see which of us can find that book first. Looks like he had a really good time. Interesting. Frick you! Day 44.
All right.
Drugs. Alright, let's see. How many do I need? Need 5 more. Do I have anything for the bag? No, I do not. Who should I talk to? Library. Heart event! Heart event, please! Ah! It's been so long since I've seen a freaking heart event! Give me one! I haven't seen one this go! Okay, now I just need to make 30 bags. Ate it? I only need 1, correct? Yep. Now I just need golden eggs and Java crystal. Now I have 10. Of course. What I have to do? Go meet with someone. Who should I talk to? I think maybe I glitched her or something. Yeah. Can finally make a cleaning spirit. Might as well... Yeah, might as well get the Java crystal now. Cleaning spirit. Teru. Then we'll use the thing that I just got. Just see if I can get Gundam or Sonya's heart event along with Chiaki. Let's go see if I can get Sonya's. Not Sonya. Gundam's. Gundam! Technical bucks. Hi, Usami.
Everyone, it's nighttime.
I shall engulf this
Oh,
world.
I apparently made him feel good. How foolish. You shall regret ever awakening me. Gundam seems to be feeling pretty good. Drugs! Actual drugs. Yeah, figured. Technical. That's weird. See, there's only 2 more days left, and even though the last 2 days are, Alright. Oh, I have enough Java crystals now. Oh, here we go. I don't understand. Huh? Voice just now. Like Gundam's inner thoughts? Oh, I'm distracted. Wait, I'm not ready. Wait, I'm not ready. Wait, I'm not ready. Hajime Hinata. His potential is immeasurable. He so wills it. It's possible he could have this island under his control. So why doesn't he do that? Maybe I should ask him directly. No, that is far too dangerous. More importantly, that's not like me at all. But I can't stop thinking about it. I want to know. Oh, okay, now he's just repeating.
I agree with that.
Yes, I consent to the fact that I'll have this island under my control. You're right. If I show you my serious side, I might be able to do it. Maybe.
What?
What? You fiend! Did you read my mind? Interesting. Then try to read the minds of my 4 dark divas of destruction. You should be able to do that. If you want, I can even teach you how. Looks like you had a really good time. Hajime Hinata. Never expected you to keep me so entertained.
Good instincts.
Feels like my 4 dark divas of destruction are also in a good mood. We're quite handy with your spells. It's not a bad idea to talk to you a little bit more. I shall cordially invite you to my space. Of course, you will have no right to decline. Come then, let's go!
Everyone, it's nighttime.
Oh, now it's the holiday, and I have the thing ready. Collecting for that final consumable. And I can't even use the consumable in the end. There you go.
Okay, you did very well. Here's some tickets.
You receive 4 trip tickets.
It's amazing how you made this. I'll give you this as a reward too.
Oh, monocoins!
Monokuma dropped this when I beat him. I wonder if you can use it for something. Ta-da! I don't want it anyway, so here you go.
Everyone!
Today is your day off. Okay, dismissed.
So, give it to me. Don't care how, I wanna know. She even liked the library. You arrived at the library. Okay, she's okay with the library. Let's take a nap.
I totally agree. This place has dim light, good ventilation. Perfect for taking naps. Falling asleep as you're reading. So peaceful. Just imagining it makes me sleepy. I run out of energy in the middle of this. Up to you, Hajime.
Looks like she had a really good time. Alright. Let's take her amusement park. Who should I talk to? Take her to the amusement park, so even if we're not getting the love of it, we'll at least get something new. Arrived at Nezumi Castle, apparently the whole island. Okay. This place looks fun.
I agree. Makes me feel like I need to give it my all and enjoy myself. I'm actually surprised. I feel like my heart is beating faster. I'm getting excited for some reason. It's obviously because this place is so fun. But it's not just that. I think I feel excited because I'm with you.
Looks like she had a really good time.
Hajime!
Huh? Day 50. Yeah, I've collected the hope fragments. Frick off. Chiaki, give me your heart event! Okay, let's ride the roller coaster.
Yep.
Yep, sounds good. When we come to places like this, I definitely think we should start with the thrill rides.
Right?
Starting with thrills and ending with thrills is the basis of amusement parks. But now that I think about it, they're called thrill rides. But I've never really screamed before.
Let's go.
Alright,
I'll do my best and try screaming today. Looks like she had a really good time.
Hajime.
Hey, same dialogue. Give me your freaking heart event! Like to do, use a trip ticket. Oh, now, here we go. What happened? You're suddenly quiet. Huh? This voice. This Chiaki's inner thoughts. Oh, here we go. Finally got it.
What should I do? Sleepy. No, Hajime invited me. If I fell asleep, I might feel disappointed. I know I should think of a fun game. What game should I play with Hajime? Wonder if he likes fighting games. Maybe a co-op game is a safer choice. What should I do?
Alright, I know what I'm supposed to hit. I won't be
No, that's
disappointed.
wrong.
Counter! You don't have to force yourself, Chiaki.
Huh?
Huh?
It's a great day outside. If you want, do you want to take a nap here?
Yeah. Sounds like a great idea. Alright, let's do our very best to take back the peaceful world of dreams from the nightmares.
What in the world are you talking about? It's like she had a really good time.
Hajime.
Hajime,
I'm glad.
it's so much fun today. It was very, very fun. Go out with you again. Just like this. Please ask me out again, okay? Since I had so much fun. So sleepy that I might fall over. But knowing you, will probably just carry me back to my room. So it's fine. Everyone, it's nighttime.
You, day 51. 'Tis the end. That morning, Sami looked at each of our faces and nodded softly. Just by that, immediately knew that the time had come. We had finally completed the 50 days. We were finally going to go home. Guess we should say goodbye to this island now. It's strange. Our time here felt a little too long, a little too short.
Yep.
Yeah, it's like a normal school trip.
Though I don't think it can really be called normal.
You serious?
Huh? This isn't what a normal school trip is supposed to be like?
Damn it!
Damn it! You tricked us! No wonder I thought it was so lame.
No. A normal school trip is even lamer.
I see.
You're right. School trips don't normally abduct students and force them to survive on a tropical island. Who cares about the details? I mean, it was super fun!
You're right. I had a lot of fun too.
Hey!
Why are you stealing my line? I was just about to say that.
Yeah.
There, don't cry. Doesn't matter. That's right. Stop fighting. Come look at my loins and be at peace.
Yes.
Yes. After all, Teru's tenderloins can only be useful in situations like this.
Personally, I'm disappointed. I'm still here and you're all still here. Nobody died.
Sheesh!
You're still acting all depressed. You should just be honest and admit you had fun.
This, too, must be the will of causality.
An ending with no missing parts. However, I guess this is just one ending of many. Looks like everyone had something they wanted to say. Right now, we all feel the same way. My life here was just really fun. Fun was probably something we really needed right now.
Hey,
Hey, Hajime? Just what were the hope fragments anyway?
you...
What do you think? They really obtained on this island.
did we really obtain here? Probably... treasure. I said a bond last time. Let me say treasure. Treasure maybe?
Are you serious?
Treasure? How do you mean? When did you find buried gold?
What are you saying?
Hey! Treasure aside, buying hope with money is like nothing.
But there are times when money blinds you to hope.
However,
There are those who cannot see no matter how much wealth they possess. For all their success, they are alone.
like,
And even if there's treasure or money, it doesn't mean anything if there's no food. You're right. I feel like that's actually a little different than hope. So, I was right about the bond, so I'm gonna say the joy of hard work just to see that dialogue. Maybe the thing we attained here was the joy of hard work?
Man.
You're right. We did do a lot of crazy work here.
Oh!
Agreed. We used all our integrity to make many things. I feel like we could make some serious money now.
huh?
Huh? Then what? Then that was the hope?
You're right. It's so hopeless to never work at all in your life and have no skills or experience.
No.
I feel like we already had specific skills that we can use to earn money.
I see.
Instead of work. Makes more sense if it's like a happiness that comes from working together. Now they're just... they're basically calling me stupid for saying that. It's definitely a bond, right? Connection between people. Something like that. So you say the chain that links yourself is hope. But beyond that chain is someone else. A light that can shine on any darkness.
Bonds between people contain hope?
I see.
So, hope is easier and simpler than I thought. Even if your life is filled with unforeseeable bad luck, as long as you have this bond, we're all better off. These past several days, each and every one of us has obtained something. Before we came here, we all felt like we were alone in this world. We all felt like we could do anything on our own. But we didn't realize that path only leads to despair. We were brought to this island. As we look back, we realized that we weren't alone. As long as we hold someone's hand, despair wanes. If it's not possible with 2 people, do it with 3. If that's not possible, then even more. Now, we stand here today without losing a single person.
Looks like everyone was able to find their own hope.
I'm glad.
I'm glad. Everyone really...
Huh?
What? You sound like you're not part of this. You're including that everyone, you know?
Honestly.
spent this time together with us. No matter what happens, that will never change. Ever. That's right! We definitely gotta throw a reunion party soon.
Reunion party for a school trip? It'd be more like a launch party.
Wow!
I have never experienced either of those. We should definitely do both of them.
Leave it to me.
Then make sure you guys tell me what you like to eat. I'll make sure to cook it with gusto. As long as it's edible, I'm fine with anything.
Hey!
Man, you guys are too hasty. You're right. First thing we all need to do is go back. Back where we belong. That's right. To go back. Where daily lives filled with schools, studying, exams, fights, walks, train rides, lectures, and more. Together with everyone here. Renewed hope, maybe even a little despair. Everyone is going to start their lives once again. Oh, there we go. I want to talk a little more before we leave. Okay? Let's do Kazuichi first, since I did him the first. Alright, hi Kazuichi. Today's the last day we get to see this place together like this. Looking back on it, it's a pretty crazy survival experience. It was fun too. Regardless of everything that happened, nobody died. Ha! I can't believe we're finished living on this island. It went by so fast. At the same time, I feel like it was pretty damn hard. Still, now that it's actually over, it's pretty sad. Right. It's lonely to think that we'll suddenly be alone starting tomorrow. Right. Right? I'm not confident that I'll be able to handle it. Maybe I'll die from loneliness. What are you, a rabbit? Huh? What? Huh?
Hey!
I didn't die of loneliness. I think. Did I? Remember what I told you? I've seriously never experienced anything like this before. I had so much fun spending time with you and the others here. Thanks for listening to all my stupid stories, Hajime. What are you saying it like that for? Not like it's the end of the world. You can go on a trip with your friends at any time.
Oh!
You're right! You're totally right, after all. We're friends.
That's right!
You know, after everything that's happened on this island, I feel like I've been reborn or something. I feel like I can do anything. There's a lot of stuff I want to do. Come on! I told you before, remember? About my dream? To recall, Kazuichi's dream was... rocket ship. You wanted to make a rocket ship, right?
Right!
Yep! I mean, it's the top of the vehicle food chain!
For now.
And to do that, I gotta study a lot. Right now, I don't have enough knowledge or skill to do that yet. But thinking about what will happen down the road is exciting. I can't sit still for everyone even 1 second. I've never thought about the future and felt excited about it before. Until I met you.
What's up?
That way, from now on, we're gonna ride shotgun with me forever. Ride shotgun? Even in the rocket too?
That's right!
Damn right! Doesn't matter if it's a rocket or a car. You're gonna ride everything I'm planning to make. You better prepare yourself. Hello! Fine, but in exchange, make sure you drive safely, okay? Of course! Even if you beg me, I won't speed up. Just watch, Hajime. With these hands of mine, I'll definitely stand on top of the vehicle food chain.
What's up?
From now on, I look forward to working with you, partner. I took his outstretched hand with my own and gripped it firmly. First run dating people. I dated 5 people. I'm a little worried about what he's planning to build. I'm honestly just happy that he trusts me so much. Before I came to this island, I never felt this feeling of happiness growing inside my heart. I know that this is hope. Because I have this feeling, I feel like I can move forward. True romance. Is there anyone else you would like to talk to? Yes. Thank you very much. Okay. But I want to talk a little more before we leave. Okay, I'm going in the order of who I completed in. I did Mikan, then I did Shiaki, then Sonia. Today is the last day we'll get to see this place together like this. Looking back on it, it was a pretty crazy survival experience. It was fun, too. Regardless of everything that happened, nobody died.
Ooh, so our life here is ending now? I was worried about everything at first, but now I feel like I don't want to ever go home. Because if I'm here, you'll always be by my side, right?
Huh? Of course. Even if we're not here.
It's fine. I already know. We go back to home. You probably won't care about me anymore.
Well,
That's why I've been thinking about what I should do to keep you all to myself. Oh no, she's got Yandere! No, go. For example, I could do something to you so you need to be nursed for the rest of your life.
She's gone yandere! No, stop it!
Maybe I should go through with it.
It's okay. You don't need to do that.
Huh?
Well, personally, if it's possible, I just want to do lots of fun things with you.
I'm sorry. I'm terribly sorry. That's so wrong. It's not like I really want to do that to you. It's just the first time being treated like a normal human being. And I just didn't want to lose that.
You're not a normal human being. You other way around. You are a normal human being, but you're also much more than that to me. You're an important girl too, even though you're a yandere, and I'm honestly scared that you're gonna stab me with a needle and make me paralyzed.
Hajime?
But I'm really worried. Looks like Mikan is worrying too much. What should I say that I can help her understand? I don't want to do either of these after she made a yandere threat. Propose. Let's get married. I don't want to marry her. I'm already engaged. I'm cheating on multiple people right now.
Huh?
I don't mean right away. It can even be just be a promise.
Oh. Promise? I'm happy. No one ever made a promise to me. It's safe to believe you, right? To believe in a wonderful future filled with hope.
Yeah, it's a promise. I'll always make you happy. Well, I can't say always. I'm not lying about my feelings. That's the truth.
Hajime! I'll do it! From now on, I'll be your exclusive nurse. You can do anything you want to me. And of course, just leave the nursing to me when you get old too. Like I said, please, stay with me forever. Or I'll come in your house and slice your
I can't even finish the joke I was about to make.
and slice your calf muscle so you can never walk again. And that way you can depend on me forever.
I firmly held her hand. Never let anyone hurt Mikan ever again. Won't let her feel despair. Before I came to this island, I never felt this feeling of happiness growing inside my heart. Don't know if this is hope. Because I have this feeling. I feel like I can move forward. Anyone else you would like to talk to? Yes. Thankfully, they're not ambushing me with underwear right now. That is helpful. I want to talk a little more before we leave. Today's the last day we'll get to see this place together like this. Survival, right? School trip's over, huh? Thank you for the heart attack. Everyone's gonna go back where they belong. Huh? So are you, right?
Huh?
You're right.
Hey, hey!
Hey, Hajime. Are you glad you came to this island? Yeah, I think so now. I worked together with everyone to do a lot of things. So in that sense, I feel like I grew a little. I'll never forget the time we spent together on this island.
I'm glad.
I see. I'm glad.
Well?
I think I grew a lot too. Taught me lots of things. But my weak point is still weak. As usual. Chiaki's weak point is some kind of game, right? It was Trigger Happy Detective Games. Yes, exactly this. It was dating sims, right? Not good at those. I'm not interested in them now than I was before. Wait, I'm more interested in them now than I was before. So I started studying some things.
Hey, hey!
Hey, Hajime. How do you feel about me? Huh? Huh? My entire screen shook. What are you saying all of a sudden? I'm already engaged to 2 people at this point. I don't need any more engagements.
Hold it!
Never mind. Don't say anything. Huh? Wait, am I technically engaged to freaking... Can you be engaged in a bromance?
Nope.
Now that I think about it, I wouldn't know how to respond to anything you might say.
Just as I thought.
Jeez, this is hard. I'm a little relieved. A little disappointed. Sure is complicated.
So...
I'll make sure I say more the next time. So, will you still teach me about lots of different things?
Of course. Whatever you want to know, I'll teach you. It's not like I know a lot of different things in the first place.
That's fine. I still want to learn from you.
Well,
I mean, well, if you don't mind.
She's the only one with the freaking heart emote! What the frick is that? Sure. Make sure I've saved a lot for next time.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a promise, okay? Be waiting.
right?
I'll be waiting, okay?
I firmly held her hand. Scared because I felt like if I let go of her hand, she would disappear. Still, no matter what happens, make sure I keep my promise to Chiaki. I don't know if this is hope, because I have this feeling. I feel like I can move forward. Is there anyone else you'd like to talk to? Yes. Okay, 1 bromance and 2 engagements. And now we're gonna talk to my fiance that I'm cheating on with me again.
You are right.
So our wonderful school trip is coming to an end. It was as if I was living a dream. It was a very wonderful, long vacation. I will always treasure the time I spent on this island for the rest of my life.
Wow!
I know. Let's have our honeymoon on this island. Right, darling?
Oh, right, I'm suspicious if we can even come to this place whenever we want to. Wait, what? Darling!
My!
Oh my. There's no need for you to blush.
It cannot be!
Or could it be? There's no way you forgot about your promise, right?
Promise was that, right? It was about a golden something? Makango! If I remember right, I have to do something with the Makango creature, right?
It is not do something. We must work together to defeat it. And when the time comes, we will finally become an adorable, lovesick couple for the first time.
It's already decided that we're going to be a lovesick
I-
couple?
When I return to my country, I will no longer have any freedom. As a member of the royal family, I must fulfill my destiny and dedicate my life to my country and people. That has been my promise since the beginning.
You really okay with that?
Yes,
Yes. The fun I have experienced on this island has given me all the more reason to prepare myself.
however,
But in exchange, there is one thing I have decided I will never hand over. Even I must give up on being a normal girl. I just cannot give you up. Because you are my hero.
Your hero, huh? Your hero? Do you really think I'm qualified for that?
bow down!
Jeez. Show some respect. Who do you think I am? No matter what anyone says, I shall believe in you. That is why you must believe in me as well. Please. You are the only one in the world that is more important to me than anything else.
Sonia. I got it. Make sure to do something about the Makango or the Makandina or whatever it's called.
As
Amazing!
expected of my Hajime.
Alright!
Let us defeat the Golden Makango together and have a lovely rendezvous afterward. I shall be relying on you, my hero.
Firmly held her hand. I'm filled with uncertainty. I really just want to make Sonia happy. Before I came to this island, I had never felt this feeling of happiness growing inside my heart. Don't know if this is hope, as I have this feeling. I feel like I can move forward. Weekend's probably stalking me right now, trying to figure out the perfect time to slice my calves. Sorry, yes. She is either gonna kill Sonia or gonna kill me or immobilize me in a horrendous way.
This, too, must be the will.
Did I accidentally skip any of his dialogue? Okay, no I didn't. So we are finally being released from this meaningless farce.
That was close.
Well, I could have easily destroyed the space-time barrier at any point. Never knew that was an option. But if that's the case, why did you choose to stay here? That's
Yeah.
Because there are a lot of interesting things.
Listen well.
Additionally, I learned several things by being in close proximity to you fiends. By encountering a singularity like you, my destiny has changed drastically. Hajime, you of all people should be able to tell just how my soul has been transformed.
Let me
After
ask.
all, you are my soul's chosen companion. Frick! I am now engaged to 3 people and have a romance on top of it. Chiaki at least didn't do any of that, but still. What the heck did that just... When the heck did this become so melodramatic? Well, that aside, the thing that's changed about Gundam is... Look weaker now. Be more atrocious. You're kinder. Always been kind. Kinder? Right. Become kinder somehow. Feel like your smiles are more natural than they were before.
What?
What did you say?
Impossible!
Impossible! How could I, of all people, get infected by such a virus? It seems I must immediately obtain some blood serum. It seems resistant. So... Oh. You have become more atrocious? Have you become more atrocious? It seems you sensed it too! Truly, I am different than before.
My name is Gundam Tanaka!
I am the beholder of the Ardent's undying purgatory, the supreme conqueror of Twilight, Gundam Tanaka! Yeah. So, what is the great powerful Gundam going to do now? Are you plotting world domination?
How pitiful.
I have no interest in something so trivial. The fools running the human world can stay in power. I just want to live a quiet life with my 4 Dark Divas of Destruction, their families, and... you. Ah, no, I'm... Another engagement? Gundam.
Yeah.
What's with that dumbfounded face?
Be happy!
From now on, you will fully assist me with my magical beast synthesis. Until this life ends, you must stay by my side as my slave, manservant, sacrifice, housekeeper, friend. What? What was that last part?
Silence.
You're overthinking things.
Let's go, Jumpy, Magazi, Sandy, Tempe!
Now that that's decided, let's go back, Hajime. Back to the true world where we belong. I took his outstretched hand with my own and gripped it firmly. Although I still worry about Gundam's future. Just really happy that he trusts me so much. Before I came to this island, I had never felt this feeling of happiness growing inside my heart. Why am I just imagining freaking Sonya and Mikan and now Kazuichi all fighting Gundam, trying to... Cause... Oh no! I don't know if this is hope. Because I have this feeling. I feel like I can move forward. This, our life at the tropical island has come to an end. Yes. Thank you.
Danganronpa.
Okay. Interesting. So I'm gonna do the novel, but really quick, I want to get the rest of the sounds, because Usami gave me more coins, so might as well. I have all of them but one. I don't know where that last movie is. Then the event gallery. Come on. Where is it? Okay, I am missing 4 in the event. Okay. 1 movie and 4 events. So let's start the novel. If it's boring, then I'll just skip the novel. Oh! Wait, is this novel... Huh? If Monokuma Theater. Monokuma's monologue.
The world is full of ifs. If Adam had tied the knot with Eve, society we know, it will never have been born. The world of everyone lives in is just one outcome among countless ifs. It will continue to be a muddled world overflowing with infinite ifs. If that's in miso soup, you know. What lies beyond this plane is a scary world filled with iffy stepfathers that abandon their family. A clean bottle where the inside and outside are filled with uncertainty. But don't break it, okay? It'd be so expensive that there's no way you ever be able to pay me back. Before me... But no matter how you look at it, ifs are simply words like any other. No matter how hypothetical the story may be, the future is the only thing that's truly foggy. And the past is more solid than a frozen banana. You can't change a conclusion that's already happened. And if you see a world that may have existed, it wouldn't affect the people living in reality. Because if is only if after all. Even if a parallel world exists with a particular if actually happened, humans cannot cross the boundaries between worlds that easily. No matter how far if goes, it will always be a what-if scenario. Do you really want to see that? You've got some sick interests. Don't think that's an insult to Makoto and the others after the tragedy they overcame. Though as far as I'm concerned, I'll still insult them. If you're gonna look at if, I think it's better if you view the outside of the clean bottle first. It might even be better if you view the ending of the video game called Danganronpa 2 Happy Havoc. Try to play it multiple times and spend your free time with Junko Inishima at least 3 times too. It may be ideal if you can collect all the items in movies too. But if you guys have come this far, I'm sure you've already done all that. Still, I'd buy the if I were you. The game if I were you. I'd actually buy at least the 2 copies if I were you. The curtain lowers.
What is this? The button of hope and the tragic warriors of despair. What should I do with this? Makoto Miyagi was at a loss. Despite his hesitation, his situation was extremely simple, composed of 3 key factors. The first factor was that Makoto was currently locked inside a school. Woods Peak Academy is a school for the privileged elite, and each student attending possesses ultimate talent. Makoto was chosen to attend Woods Peak Academy by a lottery held to select the ultimate lucky student. When he arrived at his first day of school, he immediately lost consciousness, and when he woke up, saw all the exits and windows had been sealed shut. The next factor was Monokuma, a mysterious robot bear being operated by the mastermind. The announcement he made to all the students. Alarm's going off, apparently!
You'll be living your whole life in this academy, he declared. If you want to leave, then kill someone and become the Blackened.
Strange, remote-controlled robot was telling Makoto and his fellow Ultimates to start killing each other in exchange for their freedom. They learned that more than one Monokuma exists, and that each one contains a bomb to prevent anyone from attacking them. On top of that, Monokuma announced that the one who attempted to harm him would see punishment. Third and final factor was the red button that Makoto was currently holding in his hand. The words "escape button" were crudely written on this button and marker. And though the first 2 factors were certainly causes for panic, Makoto only seemed at a loss over the third. During his free time, Makoto noticed that the school store was open, and his curiosity got the better of him. He was overwhelmed by the disjointed atmosphere upon entering. His attention soon focused on the strange vending machine. Words Mono machine were written on it, and it seemed to accept the strange, bear-patterned coins they sometimes found inside the school. It seemed like a bad idea. Makoto thought there might be a chance that this machine would dispense some way of escaping the school. And so, he inserted the only coin he had into the coin slot. The result was the escape button mentioned earlier. It limit to how much you can tease us. Maybe the mastermind who trapped us in here is making a cruel joke. These thoughts filled Makoto's mind, and he began to feel deeply discouraged. However, there's always a chance, right? Makoto was just an ordinary boy. He only gained entry to Hotspeak Academy through a lottery to find the ultimate lucky student. Maybe the luck was the real deal. This button is real. Maybe I can let Sayaka. Makoto took a deep, slow breath and pressed the button. Instantly, pain burst through his entire body. Ugh! Makoto's arms and legs went limp as he lost his balance and fell to the floor in a crumpled heap. As he breathed heavily, it dawned on him what had just happened. I got electrocuted? He looked down at the button in his hand and noticed a small needle sticking out of it. Makoto quickly surmised that the electric current must have run through it. After regaining enough of his strength to stand back up, Makoto thought about it once again. I should have known. It's a fake. Just how sick and twisted was the mastermind. My head still feels a little woozy. I should go back to my room and rest today. With that in mind, Makoto walked out of the school store with slow, careful steps. Makoto didn't know yet. If the escape button really was fake, it would have been an act of mercy from the mastermind. A small, bear-shaped shadow began moving around inside the now empty school store. Shadow, Monokuma, stood before the Mono machine and stared at it silently. After some time had passed, he began to laugh. A cold, hollow laugh, utterly devoid of emotion. Despite the fact that he was alone, Monokuma began to talk. It's as if he was speaking to someone. Perhaps Monokuma was talking directly to the mastermind controlling him. I only put that in the Mono machine because I thought it'd be interesting if one of the last few survivors happened to win it. But with a success rate of 0.00001%, I never thought anyone would actually win it. Perhaps I should have expected the ultimate lucky student to overcome such impossible odds. Monokuma started blushing and breathing heavily for no apparent reason. Robot like Monokuma doesn't need to breathe, but because his technology is super advanced, he can express himself like a living creature. Makoto was chosen through a lottery, and now he won the escape button through a lottery. This is obviously impossible, right? Oh wait, this is obviously impossible, right? Is this what a miracle is? Is this all systems go towards escaping? Is something that defies all common sense about to come crashing into my world? Well, even though I don't really want this at all, I'm starting to enjoy this new sensation. We'll be back after these commercials. Monokuma's internal machinery began running at full capacity. His facial expressions began changing more smoothly than any humans could. Suddenly, his expressions immediately stopped. He whispered through his speakers. And is this really good luck? After muttering something so ominous, Monokuma's loud screeching laughter rang jarringly throughout the room. The situation that was about to unfold contained two conflicting emotions in equal measure: hope and despair. Next day, nighttime, student dormitory, Makoto's room. Makoto Miyagi lay on his bed, desperately struggling with the despair and hope churning within him. Monokuma had forced the students to watch on DVD earlier that day. Makoto was showing a scene that suggested his parents and little sister were in danger. He now found himself determined to leave the school. It seems that other students were forced to watch shocking videos of their own. Videos so shocking that they were now determined to escape the school, too. Even if it meant sacrificing someone to do it. However, it was obvious that these videos were part of Monokuma's trap. As long as the student killed someone, they were allowed to graduate and leave the academy. It seemed that the mastermind controlling Monokuma was hell-bent on making the students kill each other. Right now, Makoto was most worried about Sayaka Mizuna, who seemed to be incredibly distressed after watching her DVD. Sayaka wasn't just the ultimate pop sensation. He was also Makoto's classmate when they were students at Black Root Junior High. Her optimism had been encouraging Makoto these past few days. He was becoming a similar source of strength for her as well. Nothing else. I have to at least save Sayaka. As soon as Makoto thought that, he suddenly felt a small headache. Was he still reeling from being punched by Mondo the other day? Is this a side effect of being electrocuted by the escape button? As Makoto pondered these things, the pain slowly subsided and returned to his determined thoughts of escape. We all need to work together and... Huh? That moment, Makoto realized his goal had changed slightly. We all need to? Ideally, it would be best if everyone survived together. However, aside from Sayaka, Makoto had never met the other students before. He didn't know if they could even be trusted in the first place. At that moment, he trusted them without even an ounce of suspicion. He believed that they were worth helping even at the cost of his own life. It's like Sayaka. The headache struck again. As if all the blood vessels in his brain were being individually sliced open. I just think I could trust the others as much as I trust Sayaka. Makoto tried to figure out why his thought process was suddenly changing. Something was wrong. A throbbing pain in his head seemed to synchronize with a strange feeling that something was approaching him. A ray of light began to form within the dark recesses of his own mind. Doorbell rang. He's here. Quickly got out of bed, but that only made the headache worse. No concern for his safety, Makoto carelessly opened the door to his room and came face to face with Sayaka. I'm really sorry to come by so late. Sayaka? The pain. What are you doing out so late? The moment he saw her face, the pulsating pain in Makoto's head began accelerating. It felt like his world was being torn apart from the inside out. Sorry to bother you, but something really weird just happened and... Makoto, what's wrong? You don't look so well. Sayaka was pale and had been trembling when she came to Makoto's room. She seemed surprised to see that his complexion was worse than her own. Yeah, I'm fine. It's just my head. I hate how the music stopped. Where's the music? Makoto couldn't finish his sentence. His eyes rolled back into his head as he lost consciousness and slowly fell to the floor. Sayaka's beautiful voice let out a scream as she stood over Makoto's body. The next day at the nurse's office. This wasn't unlocked for a while. Oh, you're awake! Hey, you okay? How many fingers am I holding up? Makoto regained consciousness. He was greeted by the sight of fingers adorned with long, fake nails being waved in his face. Huh? You're Junko, right? Hey, what? Why do you sound so unsure? I'm a little shocked to hear you say that. Despite what she said, Junko Nishima, the ultimate fashionista, was laughing as if she found this all very amusing. Makoto looked around and realized he'd never seen this place before. Oh, I'm reading the novel. It looked somewhat like a hospital. 3 beds, including his own, were lined up in the room, with various medical instruments laid around them. The black ceiling felt strangely oppressive, but as he sat up, Makoto's mind immediately centered on one possibility. Where are we? Did we get rescued? Huh? That'd be nice, huh? He replied as she looked away. Junko's expression explained that this was the nurse's office, on the first floor of the academy. That Monokuma's thing said, I can't bear to see my precious students getting sick, and opened this place up this morning. But don't you think it's suspicious? What if all these meds are poison? To be honest, I wouldn't be surprised. Makoto remembered his encounter with the escape button. A small sigh. So, why am I here, Junko? You should thank Sayaka for that. She was here the whole night taking care of you. She was? Ko ignored Makoto's surprise and continued casually talking. But then Taka got all fired up and was like, we should take turns watching over him. I just happened to be on duty when you woke up. Well, and even then, only because Bayaka ditched. I see. Thanks. Like I said, you should thank Sayaka. Anyway, how are you feeling? Is everything alright? Koto thought about it for a moment, and remembered that he had been thinking about just before he lost consciousness. This is kind of weird, but actually, it's a really weird question, but what's up? Junko, never met each other before, right? Upon hearing this, Junko's eyes widened, but a few seconds later, she began to laugh.
Huh? Are you for real? That pickup line is like so totally played out, you know.
Even though she was grinning, a serious look came over her face.
Just so you know, you shouldn't expect anything like that from me. I know I look this way, but I take my virtue pretty seriously.
No! I mean, I never expected...
Well, that's what I figured. It's obvious that you're a total omega male anyway. What?
Makoto and Junko continued to talk to one another. Although he wondered why Junko was talking to him, instead of leaving to get the others, Makoto didn't question it. He just wanted to talk to someone. Anyone. As long as he interacted with his fellow students, he believed he would learn the truth about what was going on inside his head. 10 minutes later, Junko mostly talked about
alpha males and omega males.
her time being homeless and about her past and her dreams for the future. The last topic was a lot heavier than her previous ones, but Makoto's calm demeanor seemed to cheer her up. She smiled sincerely and said softly,
"Thanks, Makoto."
Maybe it was a sign of gratitude for listening to her troubles. She kept the same smile as she blurted out something horrifying.
"In return, I promise if I do decide to kill someone, it won't be you."
Don't say scary stuff like that! At least that's what Makoto thought, but the words that came out of his mouth expressed a different sentiment. See, thanks. But I wouldn't want you to become the Blackened in the first place. For some reason, Makoto felt like the murderous words that came out of Junko's mouth seemed like a natural thing for her to say. He seemed very surprised by Makoto's response and quickly blurted out,
"Huh? Are you serious? I was just kidding!"
"Huh? Oh, yeah, of course. Sorry for acting so weird."
"No worries. Let's just chalk this up to you being woozy from your recovery."
She returned to her usual bubbly self and let out a big stretch and turned to Makoto.
"I'm gonna get going now. Make sure you don't get killed before the next person arrives."
After seeing her off, Makoto laid back down in the bed and started thinking to himself. What? The strange feeling. The dull headache continued as his thoughts began to blur. I was just talking to Junko. I feel like I was talking to someone else. Who is she? The more he thought, the more it felt like his memories were sinking into a thick swamp. Each throb of pain pulsed in his head felt like a wave on the surface of that swamp. What is this feeling? It felt very unpleasant, as though someone's voice was screaming at him from inside his head. Makoto tried to organize his thoughts and got over everything that had happened to him. He was interrupted by the sound of a bell. Like the dorm rooms, the nurse's office didn't have a doorbell. The bell sound that Makoto heard was ringing throughout the entire building.
Testing, testing. Mic check, 1, 2. This is a test on the school broadcast system.
It's Monokuma's voice.
Now that Makoto has finally woken up, please assemble at the gym.
Makoto listened to Monokuma's heartless order and got out of bed without complaining. I have to go. He walked one step at a time in accordance with the rhythm of his throbbing headache. Slowly he walked forward, not knowing if he was headed was heaven or hell. The gym. Makoto, are you alright? Sayaka ran over to Makoto as soon as he entered the gym. Yeah, thanks. Sorry about yesterday. I guess I really worried you. Please, don't apologize. I'm sorry too. I barged into your room when you weren't feeling well. Now that you mention it, said Makoto, what happened yesterday? Sayaka looked away for a brief moment, but immediately turned back, smiled her pop sensation smile, and shook her head. It's nothing. I'll tell you some other time. Huh? Wait, did we change? So this entire thing is what if Sayaka wasn't the first to kill? And what if Ikadori was never killed? Was that her name? Is that her real name? It's not Junko, Junko's sister. While we were talking, Taka, the ultimate morale compass, stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Makoto. You're late, Makoto! Explain why you were tardy! The other students collectively raised their eyebrows as if they were thinking, why is this guy yelling at someone who was sick? However, Makoto just smiled, and gently and answered him honestly. I didn't feel well, so I was resting in the nurse's office. Can you note that in the daily logbook? I see! That's consistent with my information. If that's the case, then I shall consider that matter settled. The conversation progressed smoothly. Taka smiled as he kept talking. I'll take full responsibility for recording it. You just focus on recovering. If you ever feel ill, please report to the health committee. It seems we'll need to appoint health committee members after this meeting, though. Taka walked away, mumbling to himself as he opened a daily logbook he found in the academy's supply room. Celeste Ludenberg, the ultimate gambler, saw the whole conversation and walked up to Makoto. Despite his unreasonable behavior, he knew exactly what to say to him. Huh? As soon as Celeste said that, it dawned on Makoto. It's true that he didn't feel well, and that he had been resting in the nurse's office. But when Taka asked him why he was late, even though he should have already known the reason, Makoto didn't feel annoyed or disappointed at all. It's as if he expected Taka to say that. Makoto felt strange that he had accepted Taka's personality so quickly. He couldn't understand why he asked Taka to do something as unnecessary as recording it in a daily logbook in the first place. Why did I say that? Like, I was used to it. His response to Taka's demands came as naturally to him as breathing. What is going on? Is he slowly getting his memories back? Why? 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 Every time he tried to think about it, his headache grew even worse. Makoto struggled to think about the pain of his headaches. A black and white stuffed animal jumped out from behind the gym's podium and began twirling around as it spoke in a cheerful voice.
Hey guys, is everyone here?
It sounded like he was about to lead the students on a field trip, but not a single one of them had a smile on their faces. What is it this time? Are you gonna hijack a cruise ship and run into a gigantic worm? Of course, there was one exception. Yasuhiro Hagakure, the ultimate clairvoyant, still believed that their current situation was some kind of planned event. Monokuma just ignored him and continued to address the students with his adorable voice.
Today I'm going to tell you about our wonderful academy system. System sure sounds like a great word, don't you think? It reeks of danger, just like a bear. I want you all to trample over the deaths of your friends and grow up to have hardened hearts. It's good to be a little naughty. I want you all to grow poisonous personalities.
After making his nonsensical introduction, Monokuma moved to the next topic. With this, he began providing a detailed explanation of the most vile system in the school. Wait. A class trial.
No, you can't just kill someone. You gotta kill someone without anyone else finding out you did it.
Monokuma talked about his horrible graduation program in casual indifference. But because a killing hadn't happened yet, his lecture didn't install any despair in the students. As long as the killing never occurred, there'd be no point to the class trial. No one could really say that killing wasn't going to happen. Oh, okay. As the students' suspicions began to rise, Monokuma continued to explain the class trial until... Oh, wait, hold on a second. As Monokuma began to explain the executions that would serve as a punishment, one girl stepped forward. Junko? As soon as he saw how angry she was, the rhythm of Makoto's headache began to change slightly. You're freaking insane, you know that? The girl continued to complain angrily. She seemed completely different from the smiling person Makoto saw in the nurse's office. Huh? Junko always like that? Oh, she's different. It's how Junko acts, but... that person really Junko? Huh? Wait, what am I thinking? Makoto struggled with his headache and confusion. Monokuma and the girl continued to argue.
What? Are you saying you're not going to participate in the trial? Only punishment awaits such blasphemy. What? Punishment? I don't know, throw you in a deep, dark, scary prison or something.
Different. Strange feeling he felt was now directed at Monokuma. Prison. No. They aren't that kind. Series of images flashed Makoto's mind. At first, he thought it was some kind of parade. They quickly realized that was a mistake. It looked like lights was actually buildings engulfed in flames. The red decorating the scene seemed to have come from the human bodies. Despair wasn't confined to the academy, even to Japan. Images of worldwide death and destruction flooded Makoto's brain with every throb of his headache. I've seen this before. Besides the indescribable violence taking place in all these images, there was one thing they had in common. Who are they? They are rampaging terrorists. Wearing black and white masks were wreaking havoc in these images. They took everything. Money, valuables, lives, family, dignity, the past, the future, possibly even hope. The mask these terrorists were wearing perfectly resembled the face of the stuffed animal arguing with the student before him.
Shut the hell up! Say whatever you want. Oh, wait. Shut the hell up! Say whatever you want. I'm not gonna be part of this. Don't be so selfish. You're the one who's being selfish. Kill whoever you want, but I'm not. But it's got nothing to do with me. The evil standing here before me. I'm trembling with fear, but I won't give in to such evil. It's my style to stick out and resist till the very end. If you really want to get it out of here, you'll have to go through me first.
Akuma swung his arms wildly as he charged at the girl with waddling steps. The girl stomped on the self-proclaimed headmaster of the Academy of Bees.
Are you enjoying yourself now?
Pinned beneath the girl's foot, Monokuma looked up into the girl's cold eyes and calmly asked,
Are you?
Huh?
Violence against the headmaster, Monokuma, is not allowed. You violated a school regulation.
That moment, a chill ran down Makoto's spine. Going to get killed. Kuma's words sounded very threatening to him. It wasn't a prediction or a guess. It was as if he knew the danger Monokuma posed from the start. This continues. Junko's going to... His mind still didn't fully grasp the situation unfolding in front of him. By the time he realized what he was about to remember, something he was already running forward. Junko? The impact of his feet combined with the rhythm of his headache, sending his brain and heart into a panic. No, she's different. She's...
I invoke a mighty summon spell. Help to me, godly spear of Kunkanar.
Monokuma wiggled beneath the girl's foot and let out a scream. At the exact moment, Makoto charged at her and screamed out, Makuru! Watch out! Huh? The girl dressed as Junko Inishima widened her eyes in shock. As if to evade the charging Makoto, she jumped back with agility unheard of a teenage high school girl. Then, right at that moment, countless spears pierced the spot that she had been standing just a split second ago. All the students, including the girl, stared wide-eyed at that sudden turn of events. Spears, too many of them to count, had shot out with blinding speed from mechanisms installed in the floor and walls of the gym. However, Makoto was unable to notice this. Huh? Why did I just call Junko Kuro? Mikuru? As that thought entered his mind, a sharp, sudden impact struck his side, followed by an intense, deathly pain that ran down his spine and spread throughout his entire body. The spear stabbed into his side, instantly tore his flesh to shreds, and shot out of his back, coated in blood and other bodily fluids. At that moment, the black fog that engulfed Makoto's mind was consumed by death itself. As his consciousness slowly faded, he remembered everything. Because of the electric jolts of that chemical compound from the escape button. Because of that button that he had found by chance. Makoto Miyagi managed to escape. He escaped this hopeless game where he and his fellow students had their memories stolen, or forced to kill each other. Of course, that escape is also what led him to his current life-or-death predicament. In the end, perhaps he only escaped from one despair to fall into another. At the same time, his actions were unintended consequences for one person, the girl living a false identity as her beloved little sister Junko Inishima. Mikuru Ikusaba, the ultimate soldier and a member of the ultimate despair. Her past, her future, perhaps even her hope itself, are on the path to despair. What was that? What was that? And so, the current falls of Makoto's story for now. At this point, the story is about a certain girl. A girl who's more pitiful than anyone else in the sealed-off academy. A new curtain, along with new despair, shall now rise. Huh? Time had certainly stopped for Mikuru Ikusaba. It's as if everything around her had frozen perfectly still. In the past, she was known as the ultimate soldier. She had experienced this feeling before, during her time with the mercenary group Fenrir. Situations where she was surrounded by a helpless number of enemies within the jungle, or in a desert ruin. The charging enemies seemed as though they were frozen in time, which allowed her to claim a decisive victory in all her battles. But this wasn't a battlefield, so why did this familiar sensation activate once again? In order to understand what had happened, Mikuru slowly turned to assess the current situation from within this frozen world. Junko and Mikuru were both children of despair. Junko Inishima, the true ultimate despair, harbors a far deeper darkness within her. Though their last names are different, Mikuru is Junko's older sister, connected by the bonds of blood. She cooperated with Junko's hopeless plan and impersonated her under the pretense of participating in the killing game alongside her classmates. According to the plan, Mikuru was supposed to oppose Monokuma, who her sister was controlling, and be locked in a dungeon as punishment. Isolated from the others, she would then escape the dungeon and perform various acts intended to deprive the students of hope. That was the role she had been assigned. Makoto succumbed to his headache. Junko ordered her to see if the shock had caused him to remember anything that could make him a liability. He woke up as she was tending to him, so she made small talk with him, but she didn't notice any change in his behavior. Until this point, she was certain that there shouldn't be any problems. Nothing could possibly go wrong. She stomped on Monokuma like her sister ordered her to do, and flawlessly spoke the lines she was taught to memorize. Afterward, she would fall through a trapdoor into the dungeon, and remain isolated from the other students. That was her role. She hadn't done anything wrong. There were no problems. There were no problems. She repeated that to herself over and over like a silent prayer. But in that frozen moment in time, what she saw was not a trapdoor, countless spears. One of them had skewered Makoto through his side. Makoto. Why are there spears? Kanganar? I would have died if I hadn't moved. Did Junko mess up the plan? No, Junko would never mess up. Was she trying to kill me? Me? Makoto saved me. Why did he say my name? Did his memories come back? Did I not realize that? Did I make a mistake? Is that why Junko got angry? Is this punishment? Is it my fault? Junko tried to kill me. Kill me? Kill me? Kill me? Slowly, time came back to her world. Mikuru could feel her face turn pale as she slowly looked toward Makoto. Students' screams rang out through the gym. Sayaka was probably the first one to scream. But who screamed first in that to Makuro? Makoto was the ultimate lucky student. He had been her classmate for the past 2 years. Now he was sacrificed to despair. Not long ago, he had given her an answer of sorts during the conversation in the nurse's office. He was just a pawn in the plan her sister had devised. Now, a feeling of doubt began forming in Makuro's mind. What did I want from Makoto? As her heart churned restlessly, she continued to think. Return. I promise that if I do decide to kill someone, it won't be you. Was I impersonating Junko then? Or did I really mean that? When did I start feeling this doubt? Just now, the moment before he saved me? Or when we spoke in the nurse's office earlier? Or when I first confronted him about the killing game before his memories returned? Or was it before even that? Kuru stood there, confused and overwhelmed. Makoto slowly opened his eyes, the spear still impaling him through the side. Kuru? Makoto, you okay? Kuru was no longer impersonating the ultimate fashionista. Looking up from the floor of the gym, Makoto asked, I dressed up like Junko. Smiling. Maybe he couldn't feel the pain anymore. Maybe he was being affected by something else. Regardless, Makoto ignored the fact that he was dying to give Makuru his warm smile. I'm glad. I'm glad you're safe, Kuru. As soon as she heard Makoto's weak, fading voice, something inside Makuru snapped. Within the shell of despair she had built up, intense emotion began flowing out. No. This is all wrong. She couldn't hold back the emotion any longer. No. No! For the first time in her entire life, Makuru unleashed a scream into the world. Makuru fell to her knees and clutched her head. A small shadow started walking toward her back. A stuffed animal had been under her foot. Monokuma. Claws were extended and he no longer walking to his usual waddle. Instead, he moved like a beast, slowly stalking its prey as he slowly advanced within its target's blind spot. As he inched closer to Makuru, Monokuma raised his razor-sharp claws, crouched on his haunches, and suddenly leapt toward the back of her neck. However, just before those claws could reach the paralyzed Makuro, a dark shadow moved in from the side and swatted those claws away with one blow. His lunge deflected, Monokuma was sent flying through the air, spinning wildly before crashing into the wall.
Damn you! What are you trying to do?
Sakura Ogami, the ultimate martial artist, had just prevented another tragedy. She stood before Monokuma and addressed him in a loud, booming voice. Not only did you attempt to kill Junko for violating school regulations, you even attacked Makoto, who had nothing to do with this! If you plan to continue acting in such a savage manner, there is no reason for us to play along with your game. Bayaka Togami, the ultimate affluent progeny, smirked condescendingly at Sakura. Fool. One could say you've now violated school regulations with your senseless actions. He looked as if he honestly did not care if his fellow students lived or died at all. Well, she merely deflected the headmaster's attack just now, so I do not think it truly counts as an act of violence. Like Well, she merely deflected the headmaster's attack just now, so I do not think it truly counts as an act of violence. Like Bayaka, Celeste seemed unfazed as she chided him over his words. However, the banter between the two was enough to stir the stunned students to action. Makoto! Sayaka was the first one to run toward Makoto, who lay bleeding from his stomach. But Monokuma stopped her, shouting in a tone of voice that seemed completely out of character.
Be careful! Don't get too close to those two!
Huh? Startled by Monokuma's desperate tone, Sayaka and the others stopped moving almost instinctively. Students looked around at each other. Instead of his usual playful gait, Monokuma walked toward them with a deliberate, methodical steps. And then he suddenly blurted out something that took everyone, including Makuru Ukusaba, by surprise.
I'm sure you're probably confused by this sudden turn of events, but I want you guys to work together!
As Mikuru slowly turned her head toward Monokuma, he pointed at her and yelled, Mikuru Kusaba and her accomplice Makoto Niyaki are the terrorists responsible for locking you all inside the academy! Once again, time stopped for Mikuru. This time, she wasn't the only one affected. Everyone seemed to be frozen in shock. After a few seconds of silence, Ayo Asahina, the ultimate swimming pro, spoke first. Huh? You're kidding, right? I mean, Makoto is a terrorist? That's impossible. And who's Mikuru anyway? I mean, that's Junko. Monokuma began slowly explaining to Oya. The real Junko must be in prison somewhere in this school. Worst case scenario, she might be killed. Mikuru must have researched which one of you would be easiest for her to impersonate and hid among you all by pretending to be her. She was probably trying to make sure the killing game went smoothly. Suddenly, Monokuma's hands and feet began jerking in an awkward motion as he looked at the other students and introduced himself. I'm Basiki Madoria, the ultimate hacker. If you're upperclassmen, I hacked into the academy from the outside and I was finally able to take control of Monokuma's body just a little while ago. Take control? From who? From the head of the terrorist organization that's controlling this robot from the outside. What? What are you saying, Junko? Kira trembled as she heard the words coming out of Monokuma's mouth. For a brief moment, she clung to the hope that her sister wasn't trying to kill her, but as soon as that hope was born, immediately consumed by despair. Junko had the power to transform hope into despair. She would never let anyone hack her that easily. There's only one explanation. Junko Nishima was pretending to be someone named Bishiki in order to frame Mikuru and Makoto. It's as though Junko was using Mikuru's survival as a branching path to lead the students to a different despair. But Akuma continued talking, handing the students more lies designed to prod them to action. On your first day of Hotspeak Academy, you guys were exposed to a sleeping gas, knocked unconscious, and taken hostage. Mikuru and Makoto were probably the only operatives that the terrorists sent inside the school. That means they probably know how to escape from here. Then, Monokuma turned to face Mikuru. Mikuru Kusaba was a member of a mercenary group called Frenier. She's a wanted criminal who's killed over 10 people associated within the school. So don't get soft and think you can capture her alive. In fact, that's exactly what the cops told me. So the moment I saw an opening, I tried hacking the trap they set and tried to kill her. But what about Makoto? Akuma gave a cold, emotionless answer to Sayaka's question. My guess is that a measly little ultimate lucky student didn't stand a chance of defying a group called Veneer. He was probably threatened or forced to cooperate before he entered the school, or judging from his earlier actions, maybe Mikuru seduced him. Sayaka's face went pale when she heard that answer, and she immediately stopped talking. Mikuru raised her head and shouted, "You're wrong! Makoto isn't a terrorist! You all have to believe me!" The whole gym fell silent, and then, as if he was speaking to everyone there, Taka stepped forward and nervously asked, Hold on! What do you mean, Makoto isn't a terrorist? Sounds like you're saying that there's no doubt that you in fact are a terrorist! I think that you correct yourself at once and say, we are not terrorists! Celeste began expressing her own doubts as well. It is strange. Does it not seem odd that she is so protective of someone whom we all had met a few days ago? Kira stood in silence. The other students' faces began to fill with suspicion and doubt as they realized that they weren't looking at the real Junko Nishima. Baka pushed up his glass, and began coldly pointing out that what the scheme now had placed him. I heard that Full Makoto was whatever his name is call you Mikuru instead of Junko. How could Makoto know your name is really Mikuru if he just met you not that long ago? That's... I've already heard of Ferdinand. Ferdinand, yes. Fenrir, continued Bayaka. Makoto's bleeding out! As I recall, its members have a tattoo somewhere on their body. Instinctively, Bayaka's words put Mikuru into a calm state of mind. In hostile situations, her defensive reflexes as the ultimate soldier often manifested themselves. Mikuru's tattoo was on the back of her right hand. She wondered how she could hide this from the other students without also paying attention to it. But in the end, the concern was in vain. If the police's records are true, she would have a tattoo on the back of her right hand. As Monokuma freely divulged that information. Oh wait, whatever. All right, cried Taka, his voice filled with enthusiasm. Show us the back of your right hand and prove your innocence. Monokuma dispensed another unnecessary remark.
Make sure you look real close. She might have covered it up with foundation.
Junko had ordered Mikuru to hide her tattoo with foundation. Monokuma's information was entirely true. There's nothing Mikuru could do except stay quiet. However, she wasn't staying quiet because her identity was about to be exposed. She was struck by the realization that her sister was completely serious about pinning this on her. Well, why are you hesitant? Why the hesitation? Shouted the foolishly honest Taka. As my classmate, I have complete faith in you! From behind him, Hifumi Yamada, the ultimate fanfic creator, murmured to himself as cold sweat ran down his cheeks.
Well, look at that. I guess this is what they call a checkmate, huh?
Why don't you just fess up already, you fucking bastard! In contrast to Hifumi, Mondo Awada, the ultimate biker gang leader, was royally pissed. However, there were some students who were busy questioning Monokuma instead of Mikuru. Hey. Hey, you're not coming to save us, shouted Leon Kiwata, the ultimate baseball star. You should hurry up and charge in here already. Monokuma looked at Leon and shook his head softly.
The police can't help you right now. Not only are you guys hostages, it's possible that the entire school has been rigged with explosive and poisonous gas. I hacked into this Monokuma robot to investigate that for myself.
Then what about everyone on that DVD? What about everyone outside the school? Asked Sayaka. The memory of the DVD she was forced to watch yesterday still weighed heavily on her mind, but Monokuma didn't have a clear answer.
I don't know anything about any DVDs, but there are definitely terrorists causing havoc out here. Law enforcement around the world is in shambles trying to deal with this.
That's impossible! Sayaka shuddered and collapsed to her knees. Sayaka! Next to her, Chihiro Fujisaki, the ultimate programmer, was unsure about what she should do. Behind her, two other girls stood silently. The first was Toko Fukawa, the ultimate writing prodigy. She seemed to be trying very hard not to look at Makoto as he lay bleeding. The other was a quiet girl who hadn't talked about herself much, named Kyoko Kirigiri. Unlike Toko, Kyoko was watching everything intently, as if she were studying the scene of a crime. From Makoto's breathing patterns to the subtle change in Makuru's facial expression, nothing was escaping her attention. Suddenly, Toko began nervously talking to Sakura.
So, anyway, let's just say that Mikuru woman or whoever there is a terrorist. How about hurry up and beat her up to death or something?
We don't know that yet, said Sakura. My fists do not beat out justice based on simple speculation. Sakura tried to get near Makoto to examine his wounds, but Monokuma stood in her way, shouting,
"Don't come any closer!"
This meant that Mikuru was the only one who could get close to Makoto. She had ended countless lives on the battlefield. She knew from experience. If she didn't treat Makoto's wounds, he would die. His wounds were not immediately fatal, but if he continued losing blood, he would eventually slip into shock and die shortly thereafter. Please, you need to treat Makoto first. Absolutely not, said Bayaka, harshly interrupting Mikuru. Tie you up and examining the back of your right hand is our first priority. Hey, Makoto's in danger! Now's not the time for that, said Hina as she cast a worried glance at Makoto. We're still having trouble understanding the situation and had decided if Makoto was suspicious or not. Bayaka was about to snap back at her, but Makuru's actions stunned him into silence. He took a deep breath and then Mikuru removed the blonde wig from her head. Where there were two long blonde ponytails only a moment before, there was now short black hair. Cleared her face of all emotion, and when she spoke, her voice rang throughout the gym. I'm not Junko Inoshima. My name is Mikuru Ikusaba. Students stared wide-eyed at her open confession. All she did was remove her wig and clear her emotions. But in doing so, the person the students had recognized as Junko Inoshima vanished from their sight. The terrorist had taken her place, continued to speak in a calm, stoic tone. I helped lock everyone inside this academy. The confession of a seaside cliff moment has finally arrived. Fumi blurted out. What? Wigs are against school regulations, Junko. I mean, Makiru. Oh wait, no, that's Taka. I thought that was Toko. As if stirred by their cries of excitement, the other students began clamoring among themselves. Huh? Said Yasuhiro. So Makoto's wounds are, like, real? Does that mean the stuff about terrorism and whatever is all real too? So everything that's happened these past few days wasn't a bunch of staged events? As the reality of the situation began dawning on Yasuhiro, all Leon could say to him was, "Shut the hell up!" Bayaka just remained calm and addressed Makiru in a condescending manner. What does your group want? If you were after money, you would have already tried to negotiate with me. Of course, I'd rather let them die than surrender to your ransom demands. Our purpose, fill the world with despair. Bayaka scoffed at this notion and began to speak once again. I see. Monokuma said something similar. So that ideology is what fuels your terrorism. It's true, if you did anything to me, you would certainly fill the world with despair. But obviously, that would be impossible for you. Hina couldn't believe what Bayaka was saying and frowned as she muttered, How self-centered can you be? After confirming with Bayaka had no more questions for her, Makiru looked at Makoto. His breathing had slowed and her voice showed some emotion. But Makoto has nothing to do with this. You can't believe what Monokuma says. What did you say, bitch? Shouted Mondo. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. You're a terrorist just like Monokuma said. Makiru looked away from Mondo and continued speaking. That's true, but Makoto isn't involved at all. Celeste coldly brushed her objection aside. I do not think trying to protect him will do you any good. After all, we all heard Makoto call you by your real name. That's... She had no words. There was nothing she could do to protect Makoto. Even though Makoto was truly innocent. Now Makiru was the ultimate soldier. Her powers were largely limited to battle. And a normal high school student could outwit her when it comes to debate and negotiation. If she were the ultimate negotiator, she might be able to convince them that their memories had really been erased. In her current situation, if she tried to bring up their memory loss, they would think it was a desperate excuse. Even Makiru knew that. Even if she didn't know that, what to say, she still knew what to do. Right now, we need to treat Makoto first. And then she started walking toward Makoto as if nothing had happened. To the others, it seemed like Makiru had decided to abruptly change the subject. Hold it! We will immediately take Makoto to the nurse's office for treatment. However, we must tie you up. This was Sakura's honest demand, but there was no way Makiru could accept it. If she was separated from Makoto, there's no telling what Monokuma would do to him. Between Mondo's hot temper and Bayaka's cold heart, Makoto could easily sustain further injuries under the pretense of interrogation. Furthermore, among these students, Makiru knew she was the only one who had experience treating wounds due to her time with Fenrir. After mulling that over, she narrowed her eyes and went silent. Her mind was made up. She was determined to fight her way out of here and escape with Makoto. I apologize, but I need you to fall asleep right now. As she said that, Sakura instantly positioned herself behind Makiru. She was completely within her blind spot. To a normal person, it would seem like Sakura had suddenly vanished. After moving faster than any human being could see, Sakura's equally fast hands launched a blow toward the back of Makiru's neck. However, sorry Sakura, but I need to get out of here. Makiru parried Sakura's fist with a spinning roundhouse kick. Sakura raised an eyebrow at the unexpected counterattack. Makiru tried to use the momentum of her kick to sweep Sakura's feet from under her. However, Sakura dodged and instinctively struck back against Makiru's pivot leg. But Makiru was faster and jumped up, aiming a tornado kick at Sakura's chin. I am now reading a freaking action thing! What is going on? Sakura deflected the attack with one arm, then both combatants leapt backwards, layered and charged simultaneously. Every blow they dealt was parried and countered by the other, and though they were both unarmed, the sound of their battle echoed throughout the gym. It was like a typhoon had been compressed to the size of a car and set loose inside the gym. The other students were powerless to stop them. All they could do was stare at the breathtaking dance of death unfolding before them. After 10 minutes had passed, the enormous sound of one final impact rang throughout the gym. The two warriors leapt back once again, and breathed heavily as they stared each other down. My mistake. It's only been a few days. I cannot believe I did not know such an impressive fighter was hiding among us. In addition to the surprise Sakura felt, it's as if the battle had left her energized. Mikuru, on the other hand, looked down at her arm, confirmed it had been wounded during the battle, and thought to herself, she's strong. I don't think Sakura is even taking this seriously right now. Despite being constantly surrounded by firearms, blades, traps, and explosives during her time in Fenrir, this is the first time she had ever been wounded. Mikuru was powerless before the might of the woman known as the ultimate martial artist, and the strongest woman in the world. As I thought, I can't beat Sakura with my bare hands alone. If she had directly ordered to kill Sakura, Mikuru would have opted to either snipe her from a distance or poison her. Is that a reference to actually what happened to her? At this close range, she would need an assault rifle just to stand a fighting chance. I don't have time for this! She looked at Makoto and confirmed that his breathing had grown even shallower. I need to hurry. At that moment, she had no one to turn to for help. Suddenly, Mikuru had an idea. It's true that getting an ally in this situation was impossible. However, she could still turn one person into her enemy's enemy. Mikuru took a deep breath before she charged at Sakura, and she immediately feinted and charged at a different girl. Toko, who had been cowering in fear from the battle between Sakura and Mikuru in the corner of the gym. This is bad! Sakura was caught off guard and tried to run after her, but Mikuru was one step ahead and reached Toko first. Huh? Why me? I'm sorry. Wait, hold on. Mikuru jabbed Toko in the solar plexus and she fell into her arms. Taka and Hina yelled out in shock. This is bad! She plans to use Toko as a hostage! Toko? In contrast to their shocked faces, Bayaka just snickered and coldly remarked, You fool! Do you really think we care if you take someone we just met a few days ago as your hostage? Mikuru just softly glanced at Bayaka and replied, You didn't meet her a few days ago. Did you say? You met her 2 years ago. Bayaka scowled. Mikuru ignored him and held her bloody arm in front of Toko's face. And then she yelled into her ears, Wake up, Genocide Jack! It seemed so random and out of place. Why would Mikuru mention the name of a notorious serial killer right now? I am geeking out right now. What the frick is happening? The students looked at each other with confusion when suddenly Toko, who had been groaning in pain, suddenly kicked off the floor of the gym and with renewed vigor. She leapt into the air. I'm talking too fast! She leapt into the air much higher than any normal human should have been able to. While hovering several meters in midair, Toko twirled faster than a professional figure skater. This caused her skirt to flutter, revealing multiple pairs of sparkling scissors. Countless tally marks were scratched onto her legs like a kill count carved into a fighter jet. If not this situation, Toko's glamorous jumps and spins would have been a sight to behold. The girl formerly known as Toko Fukawa cackled wildly, her red eyes sparkling as her absurdly long tongue flopped out of her mouth. You called for me, and so I appear. I got a murder IOU for YOU. Toko? The situation had changed so drastically that even Sayako was silent until now spoke up. Hey, you flash in the pan. Don't treat Genocide Jack like that depressing little Four Eyes. Oh, wait. Hey, you flash in the pan. Don't treat Genocide Jack like that. Four Eyes. That dirty girl hasn't bathed herself at all, so I gotta put in 5 times the effort to rub myself down in the shower. Toko's sudden change in personality sent the students clamoring among themselves. Hey! Leon yelled. What the hell does that mean? Monokuma just shook his head. There are some things even I don't understand. The students continued to panic at the strange turn of events. Toko, now calling herself Genocide Jack, took off a set of scissors from her skirts and sniffed them with glee as she looked around the gym. Huh? Man, it's been a while since I got to stretch my legs. So what are you guys gonna do here at the gym while I was snoozing anyway? Having an orgy. I don't even know what's going on. I understand it, but still, I'm very confused. I understand. I totally understand. You guys need me to cut your clothes so you can feel even naughtier. Yeah, right. What the hell would I do for you dumbasses? My scissors were only meant for cutting the supple, tender flesh of adorable boys. Just like Jack was causing a ruckus. But when she saw Makoto laying on the floor, she tilted her head once again. Huh? Big Mac, you're like totally about to die. What's the deal? Did the world fill you with What's the deal? Did the world fill you with so much despair that all you came here was to commit mass suicide? That's so hot. But why are you starting without me? Toko! Cried Hina. Get a hold of yourself! Just like Jack ignored Hina and let her emotions run unchecked, jumping and dancing with excitement as she held her scissors. Ah, jeez. I wanted to stab Big Mac's side myself. This spot right here, where the ribs are kind of showing already. He's not even screaming right now, though. What does that mean? Oh well, maybe I can get used to this feeling of alienation instead. I have no idea what's going on. I have no idea what's going on anymore, shouted Yasuhiro. This is all the aliens' fault. Yasuhiro buried his head into his arms, but no one was paying attention to him. The students' attention was entirely focused on Genocide Jack. Using that to her advantage, Mikuru began sneaking over to Makoto. As she cautiously picked him up, she confirmed that his body temperature was starting to decrease. I can still make it there in time. Though she was carrying another person, Mikuru managed to soften the sound of her footsteps as she ran for the gym's doors. By the time the students heard Mikuru open the door, it was already too late. She had managed to escape the gym with Makoto. However, not everyone was unaware of what Mikuru was doing. Monokuma saw her movements out of the corner of his eye, but chose not to tell the students. And one other person, Kyoko Kirigiri. She saw Mikuru carry Makoto away, but did not inform the others as she watched them leave in silence. As everyone wrestled with their own personal thoughts and speculations, Hope's Peak Academy began walking a path toward a completely different chaos. I don't even know what's happening. Makoto on her back, Mikuru took several trophies from the gym's entrance after passing through the door leading to the hallway, and jammed the trophies through the door handles. Though Sakura could easily destroy these makeshift locks, they should buy Mikuru a few extra seconds. Mikuru started running to the nurse's office, the place she last spoke to Makoto. Everything necessary for performing first aid could be found there. Her little sister was her enemy. Her fellow Ultimate students were her enemy. Her only ally right now was Makoto, who was on the verge of death. Mikuru knew that even she wasn't her own ally right now. Amidst all this chaos, amidst her sister's betrayal, and nearly being killed, she believed she was the only one who truly understood her little sister. That's why she felt like she had to protect her. That's right. You didn't do anything wrong, Junko. You just wanted to feel despair, that's all. Right? Because you loved me. That's why you wanted to kill me. You were just trying to feel despair, right? I'm sorry. I'm sorry I failed to bring you despair. But at the same time, she wondered, if she saves Makoto and betrays her sister by disrupting her plan, wouldn't that fill her with an even stronger despair? Wouldn't that make her happy? But betray Junko. What should I do? Mikuru closed her eyes and listened to Makoto's weak breaths. What should I do, Makoto? On the battlefield where all you need to do is kill and survive, Mikuru was invincible. She could surpass all her emotions and fully immerse herself into becoming a perfect killing machine. But on this twisted battlefield of daily high school life, she could no longer keep her emotions in check, especially around her little sister. Mikuru, the ultimate soldier, was beginning to question being ultimate despair. The impulses of the normal high school girl inside her was starting to affect her state of mind. Even so, the poor girl continued to run through the dark hallways, clinging to this conflict within herself. She was now walking around a narrow, hair-thin path, a path between the hope of Makoto Miyagi and the despair of Junko Inoshima. Meanwhile, everyone still in the gym was left in a state of complete confusion. Toko was famous for being a prolific author, but even though she came across as unsociable and depressing, her mind-blowing transformation seemed to have just tossed all that aside. Toko is Jack? Sayaka trembled with fear as Jack tilted her head and stuck out her long tongue.
Huh? What's this reception, you guys? You guys didn't know who I was? Have I been found out? Or have you known all along? And why was Sullen Samurai dressed like that? That outfit didn't look good on her at all.
The Sullen Samurai was probably referring to Mikuru, which means Toko already knew Mikuru in advance. Confronted by the shocking truth, the students had no idea where to begin. So many things were clearly wrong by this point. There were a few students, such as Bayaka and Kyoko, who opted to remain calm and observe the situation.
Alright, someone better spill it. Who gave Makoto an extra mouth to feed? I don't care if you want to stab him or slice him. I just can't forgive whoever put that ugly asshole in Big Mac's side.
Toko, no, inside Jack, spun her scissors in her hands. As she spoke, her emotions and facial expressions constantly changed. Even without the threat of her scissors, Oh, hi. Oh, is that another bot? Lovely. Thank you, Yagama. Even without the threat of her scissors, she exuded an aura of danger that made her unapproachable.
The flank stick of a young boy like macaroons is like a bluebird that poops out a golden egg.
Thank you.
If you would have just let me handle it, I would have killed him so good that even TYL and MYL would have been eager to die. My poor cuties, heart and soul have been stomped on by such a sloppy kill. That actually sounds pretty exciting too, but I decline.
Toko! What? You're not making any sense! Screamed Hina. What in the world happened to you? Jinsei Jack answered by pointing her scissors at Hina.
What happened to me? I got bored, that's what. The sourpuss locked me up a few days ago, but when she went unconscious, I thought I'd finally get to do my thing. Then I woke up for all this. My cuties soaked with blood and I've got no clue what's going on. It's so damn confusing. All I can do is laugh.
No one seemed to be able to get a straight answer out of Jack, so Hifumi made a timid remark.
I deal with girls like this in my 2D dating games, but this doesn't even compare. It's like there's an SSS difficulty to clear her.
Can't believe you even think about her as someone with that worth clearing, mumbled Leon. It was clear that things were going nowhere. And as if she were responding to everyone else's expectations, Sakura stepped forward. She might be in the throes of confusion. I should try to restrain her for now. As soon as she heard that, Genocide Jack stopped moving, stuck out her lizard-like tongue, and grinned wickedly.
Oh, what's up? Are you really gonna fight me, Battle Ogre? Too bad. My lovely scissors are only for cutting through adorable boys. Women should just stay home. I won't taint my scissors with your filthy blood.
Replied Sakura. It seems my words are useless on you. Sakura entered a fire stance, determined to restrain Jack, but Jack knew she can win in a fair fight, and adopted a strange stance of her own. In a normal fight, Jack would obviously lose to the ogre, but if Jack focused just on dodging attacks, the outcome of the fight would be hard to foresee. Of course, Shinsekai Jack's physical abilities were only obvious to a few of the students in the first place. The two women exchanged hostile stares at the other students, gulped nervously and watched, except for one person. Kyoko was watching something else. She was watching Monokuma, who was in the corner of the gym, unmoving, as white noise emitted from his speakers. He had stopped moving the moment everyone's attention focused on Sakura and Toko. It's possible that Madurai's hacking had been disrupted, but an infinite number of other possibilities were also swirling around in Kyoko's mind. She brushed back her hair with gloved hand and continued to watch. Though she couldn't fully remember her talent, the actions she was taking right now were fueled by pure instinct. Strange situations that kept occurring in front of her were shaking her to her very core. Her mind worked diligently to scoop up countless amounts of information from her vast sea of memories. I know, it is crazy and confusing! And as they were synchronizing with the synapses firing in her brain. Sakura and Toko kicked off the ground at the same time, and an intense impact rang through the gym. Thanks to the heated battle that was unfolding in the gymnasium. Oh, there's blood on the floor now. Mikuru Ikusaba was able to buy more time than she had imagined. As soon as she entered the nurse's office, she rummaged around for medical supplies and did what she could to stop the bleeding. Though still quite shallow, Makoto's breathing slowly stabilized. Mikuru let out a little sigh of relief. However, even though she was somehow able to stop the bleeding, she wasn't out of the woods yet. Miraculously enough, it seemed like none of Makoto's major arteries or organs were damaged. Was this perhaps thanks to his ultimate luck? Or maybe he wasn't actually all that lucky. After all, the only sort of medical treatment he would hope for was partial at best. Mikuru couldn't decide. If only I could do a blood transfusion. The nurse's office should have had several blood packs for transfusions. Mikuru suspected that Makoto's blood type might be written in the e-handbook, but she reached over to search his pockets.
I see you're reaching for a sleeping boy's clothes. What in the world is about to happen next? Adults can keep playing, but you kids better press the B button, okay?
Mikuru turned toward the familiar voice and saw Monokuma standing before her.
You're all alone with Makoto right now. Just think of me as a cute wild animal and let your lust lead the way. As the headmaster, I must prevent any illicit sexual relationships, but physical education classes are just fine, Missy.
Though he looked just like the one that was in the gym, it was clearly a different Monokuma. Multiple Monokumas have been placed throughout the entire academy, but it wasn't a stretch for him to suddenly appear out of nowhere. Regardless, the same person was controlling all of them. Mikuru had been wary of Monokuma attacking her while she was treating Makoto's wounds, but his appearance at this particular moment seemed to take her by surprise. Junko? Asked Mikuru cautiously. Monokuma tilted his head along with his entire upper body inquisitively.
Junko? Who's that? Junko. I've never heard of that country before.
No more jokes. Answer me, Junko. You were planning to kill me earlier, right?
Junko this, Junko that. What's your problem? I'm telling you, I'm Monokuma. You must be a big disappointment. You can't even remember something like that. You're not just a disappointment as a person. You're a disappointment as a sister, too. You're too skinny and your brain is nothing but muscles and your personality is just unbearable.
I'm sorry, said Mikuru. She didn't need to apologize, but hearing her little sister call her a disappointment, yet again, was enough to make the ultimate soldier recoil. Monokuma ignored her, and her current situation climbed on top of Makoto's barely breathing body, began poking his cheeks.
So what are you gonna do with Makoto now? I'm really interested in human mating habits, you know?
What are you? Asked Mikuru before trailing off. Monokuma lowered his tone and began whispering into her ear.
Makoto's a pretty nice guy, huh? He even sacrificed himself to save you. He's so generous that it's actually hopeless.
He's not dead yet, insisted Mikuru. Despite her firm tone, she couldn't hide the fear lingering in her voice.
That's the most disappointing thing about you. You can't even say, I won't let him die.
I won't let him die, Junko. Mikuru could barely get a word in as Monokuma erupted into poo-hoo-hoo-hoos and ah-ha-ha-has and continued to torment her.
As if you could do that. Too bad. No regrets. See you tomorrow. Is this all because Makoto's was the first person to smile on you? You, a disappointing, depressing, unladylike, inhuman-killing machine?
Gosh dang, I'm talking too much. Despite denying that he was Junko, Monokuma began speaking at length with Mikuru's past. The contradiction was very much like Junko, and Mikuru was so shaken that all she could do was watch the bear prattle on and on.
Only the fit survive in this world. The only thing that kind-hearted people can do is die, you know? As proof, you're gonna watch Makoto die really soon.
He won't die. Makuru's tone of voice had become irregular ever since she took off her Junko wig. Aside from her conversation with Makoto, everything she said as Junko was from a script that her sister had written. But now, there's no script for Makuru to rely on anymore. No, I'm good. I'm fine. Makuru was treating Monokuma like she had treated her own sister. If the other students saw her acting so weak, they'd never believe she was the same person who fought Sakura in the gym. Not just that, if anyone from her mercenary past could see her now, her stark change in attitude might make them think she was someone else entirely. Monokuma continued to rail against Makuru.
Nope, he's gonna die. I know it's sad, but you just have to face the facts.
Monokuma wriggled his limbs and danced around, then pointed right at Makuro's face.
Because Makoto is going to die by your hands.
Huh?
In fighting among the terrorists. The big bad terrorists silence the weak-willed Makoto before you can leak any information. Doesn't that happen all the time? In the end, all the desperate things you said in the gym turned out to be lies you told just to escape.
Makuru frowned at Monokuma. You can't do that, Junko. I won't let you do that. As she blurted out those words in a trembling voice, Makuru was gripped with confusion about what she had just said. Am I defying Junko right now? Why? It was a strange feeling. With Makuru, it was like she was standing on the ledge of a tall building, and imagining what would happen if she jumped. A destructive feeling, akin to holding a friend's baby and wondering what would happen if you tripped and fell. Before she knew it, fear and anxiety had suddenly taken control of Makuru's heart. As a member of Finir, and as ultimate despair, Makuru had killed innumerable people. She had handled live grenades before. She had descended from the sky in a parachute, as anti-aircraft weaponry fired all around her. Her heart never wavered on the battlefield, but now it felt like it could collapse at any second. Monokuma, however, was stable as a tree, and slightly tilted his head to the side.
Huh? Weren't you listening to my story?
I'm not the one who's going to kill Makoto. You are. Oh, wait.
I'm not the one that's going to kill Makoto. You are!
What are you saying, Junko? Monokuma began giving a strange explanation to a very confused Makuru.
Do you know what the suspension bridge effect really means? It means you push the person you love off a bridge and they'll be yours for eternity.
I haven't heard that at all.
Life doesn't always follow what your textbook says. It's sad, but that's what love is.
His words made no sense, and Makuru couldn't think of anything to say as she stood there dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Monokuma continued his little speech, intentionally saying things meant to antagonize Makuru.
Basically, this is your big chance, you know. If you kill Makoto right here and now, nobody will ever take him away from you again. Makoto Miyagi dead by dawn. The last name he ever spoke was Mikuri Kusaba. The last person he ever smiled at was Mikuri Kusaba. Doesn't that sound wonderful?
There was a certain appeal to Monokuma's twisted suggestion. Makuru found herself unsure of her own judgment. This is wrong. It has to be wrong. But it's really Junko saying all this. So doesn't that mean it's right? No, this isn't Junko. It's Monokuma. Monokuma.
And are you sure you want to help Makoto? Once he gets better, he's gonna know everything. He'll know what you did to your classmates. I can't believe you would actually erase your friends' memories of their time together and force them to kill each other. Makoto might get mad at you and say our real enemies and the bear, it's her. Do you really want him to blame you for this?
Kuru's face turned pale.
Or are you going to kill the others? If everyone except you and Makoto dies, you'll be able to spend the rest of your school life together. You can't hold a class trial with only 2 people. It might be a good idea for you both to live the rest of your lives in the academy forever.
No, that's wrong.
And what are you gonna do if his memories return? It's not like you were dating Makoto or anything. You were just watching him from afar the whole time.
Man, you're so shy. You can shoot people's hearts and brains no problem, but you can't even woo some stupid boy into liking you. Do you want to know who Makoto has a crush on before his memories were taken away? Mikuru trembled as Monokuma continued pressing the issue, gradually loosening the screws, keeping her heart secure. But Mikuru chose to pretend she didn't hear anything at all. All emotion vanished from her face. She looked silently for Makoto's e-handbook. If you're looking for his blood type, it's not written in the handbook. Mikuru's face turned pale. Within 5 seconds, her plan to ignore Monokuma had already failed. But since your headmaster is made up of 50% kindness, I'll tell you anyway. Makoto's blood type is B. As soon as she heard him say that, all the anxiety, horror, hostility, malice, and dread churned from Mikuru had completely vanished. Thank you, Junko. Mikuru's eyes sparkled without a hint of suspicion, so she turned her back to Monokuma without a hint of suspicion, and walked toward the fridge containing the blood packs. Fresh blood packs should have been prepared before the plan took effect. They'll last in cold storage for 21 days. It should be good. Despite her emotionless face, Mikuru felt herself feel a small amount of satisfaction as she took a blood pack from the refrigerator. As Monokuma watched her, his normally emotionless eyes twitched ever so slightly. If a third party could see his face right now, or even if the other students could see his face right now, they'd wonder, is Monokuma surprised? That's right, they'd have the same shocked look on their faces as if they were seeing Monokuma for the first time. At that moment, a whisper crept out of Monokuma's emotionless face. There should be a limit to how disappointing you can be. It's far quieter than the mosquito's wings. Even with her battle-hardened hearing, Mikuru couldn't hear what he said. Monokuma shook his head and the voice returned to normal. It's not like I care that you, the ultimate despair, has hope in anything. It's not like I expected much from you to begin with, so this'll at least help me feel despair. But seriously, you disappoint me. Just so you know, despair and disappointment are completely different things, okay? There's a difference. There is difference as bear and pandas. What are you? Mikuru's body started to shake as she turned back to look at Monokuma. Ganon started talking any differently than usual. Junko hadn't turned off the voice modulator and started talking in her real voice or anything. Yet Mikuru was utterly terrified. She's terrified on instinct, not as a soldier. Half the reason she was terrified was because of her instincts as the ultimate despair, and the other half was because she was Junko's older sister. No, Monokuma, her instincts were telling her that Junko was annoyed with her. Junko? Why are you annoyed? Is it because I betrayed you? Or is it because I didn't die like you wanted me to? Sobbed Monokuma. I'm beyond annoyed. I'm really, really angry, and I'm really, really disappointed right now. I'm so pissed I could take a rage nap right now. Monokuma's anger didn't seem any different from his usual anger toward the students, but Mikuru can instinctively sense another emotion mixed with it. Right now, she could feel that Junko was feeling hopeless disappointment. It's normal for someone who's disappointed to lose hope, but for ultimate despair, disappointment means something else entirely. For them, disappointment was tantamount to losing despair itself. Mikuru was a member of ultimate despair, her little sister's behest. Mikuru had spoiled her hands many times in order to fill the world with despair. Despite her pride toward being a member of the ultimate despair, there was a clear difference between Mikuru and her little sister. Junko Nishima was despair incarnate. She was born in despair, laying in effect to other people's hope as it could rot them from the inside out, twisting them into her own image. For Junko, feeling despair, hope was its own despair. Creating despair in others created despair in herself, which caused her to feel both intense pain and intense bliss. Junko had walked the fracture created from the conflict between pleasure and penance all her life. Eventually, the fracture would widen until it swallowed the world and tore it in half. But Mikuru, on the other hand, was neither hope nor despair for the world. At least, not when she was a member of Finir. I Ever since she was a child, Mikuru believed she was meant to spread despair because of her sister. She didn't harbor any ill will toward the world. She simply accepted that she was meant to spread despair and chose to walk the same path as her sister. The doubt she felt was the only recent development. When Junko told her about the plan, when she watched the world burn at the hands of terrorists wearing Monokuma masks, she never wavered once. However, as soon as she heard about her sister's plan to make her classmates kill each other, Makoto included, a single feeling began to stir within her. It started as a seed of doubt began to grow into a thorny vine ensnaring Makuru's feet. As soon as she disguised herself as Junko and finished meeting the other students, as soon as she had confirmed that everyone's memories had been completely taken away, that vine began tightening around Makuru's heart. They're gone. Junko's the only one who knows about me now. But that's no problem. It's just like old times. Things will never go back to how they used to be. But that's fine. This should be fine. She had relinquished the past 2 years she had spent with her friends so she could betray them, deliver death and despair onto them. Though her heart ached, Mikuru was beyond feeling guilt or remorse for her actions. The question, why does my heart ache like this, still remained unanswered. Perhaps that's why she spent so much time talking to Makoto when he was in the nurse's office. And when Makoto gave her that one particular answer, something changed inside her. Turn, I promise that if I do decide to kill someone, it won't be you. The words Mikuru blurted out to Makoto weren't improvised to further her role as Junko. It was an honest sentiment from the bottom of her heart. As she was even planning to ask Junko herself if Makoto could somehow be spared from her plan. For the past 2 years, Mikuru's interests had been slowly shifting away from her sister and toward the world itself. By extension, her interests also included Makoto, first person to ever smile at her and make her feel connected to the world. It was like a sapling of pure honesty that had taken root in Mikuru's heart. By the time she realized that, the tree had already rotted. Mikuru struggled to understand the situation. Monokuma let out a sigh and said,
I wonder which part of you is a wolf anyway. You're just a dog that blindly follows Junko's orders. What does the tattoo on your hand even mean? Are you just a bitch who's pledged her loyalty to her owner? I bet Toko would say that. I'm positive.
Monokuma continued to talk to Mikuru, stood in confusion.
I was obviously lying when I said Makoto's blood type is B.
What? Cried Mikuru. You lied! Junko!
A normal person would have been suspicious. I never thought you'd actually believe me just now. I must have misplaced my eyes because I totally did not see that coming. Not even with my ability to predict the future. How shocking. Jeez, I'm about to start crying my eyes out like some sort of robot cat. Seriously.
It's going to be okay, Junko, said Mikuru. I know our plan kind of fell apart, but I'm still on your side. Are you feeling alright? Because I'll do anything. Snap. A harsh sound came from Monokuma's mouth. That sound was...
That sound was one of my circuits overloading. It's been so long since I felt this angry. Meet me at the roof of the skull. I'll smash out all your baby teeth.
Monokuma started shadow boxing in front of Mikuru, who remained frozen in place, clutching a blood pack in her hand. He still looked confused, and Monokuma threw up his arms in frustration.
You're so disappointing. I can't even predict it anymore. Rawr!
A threatening roar burst from Monokuma's mouth as he leapt at Mikuru with sharp claws extended. At that moment, her face became completely emotionless. It was not a conscious action. The defensive instinct she honed during her time with Veneer temporarily suppressed her emotion as she countered Monokuma's attack. Mikuru grabbed a nearby IV stand and used it to parry Monokuma's claws. However, Monokuma's claws seemed to be made with a special alloy and easily sliced the bar in half diagonally. But instead of following up with his attack, Monokuma continued talking to Mikuru.
I guess you're not much of a disappointment when it comes to fighting. In fact, if you were so pathetic that you died from that single attack, that would have been interesting in its own way. But right now, you're just incompetent at everything.
I'm sorry, said Mikuru. I couldn't help blocking your attack. But there's no way I can fight you, Junko. After all, I'm all you have. The only one who understands you at all. Mikuru's words were riddled with endless dismay. The contrast between her usual stoic self and the way she was acting now was so stark. People might assume she had multiple personalities. However, Monokuma just quietly stared at her. He was perfectly still, as if all his functions had powered down completely. But Mikuru continued to share her feelings. There's no way I can just leave you alone. Then Monokuma broke his silence, but at that moment, a monitor in the nurse's office lit up, displaying a girl's face, Junko Inishima. At the same time, a voice completely unlike Monokuma's began to play from the speakers. Hey, Mikuru! Junko? It had been several days since Mikuru had heard her sister's real voice, though her face remained emotionless. Excitement sparkled in her eyes. However, that shine immediately dulled. I'm grateful to you, Mikuru. I mean it. Junko's voice emitting from the speaker sounded very gentle and kind. Junko? I'm really sorry. I said so many things to you. I even tried to kill you earlier. And I was about to make you do something horrible just now. Even though I know about your feelings toward Makoto. I don't. You don't have to force yourself. Even if you didn't notice, I was totally obvious to anyone looking at you. You never cared about the class photos, but when Makoto said he was going to take one, he made sure you were facing the camera. And then Junko Inishima, the ultimate despair, flashed a smile, pure and sweet. On the monitor, she looked like a normal high school girl, teasing her older sister. Yet, Mikuru could feel despair and anxiety encasing themselves around her. I always thought you should have tried hard to take pictures with Makoto. I guess that's what makes you so disappointing. Still, even though you're disappointing and annoying, I still love you. Mikuru trembled upon hearing those words. I love you. All she had ever wanted her sisters to say. Mikuru believed. No matter what Junko said, she believed she really loved her. She believed she was the only one who could truly understand the despair known as Junko Inishima. She was naive. As soon as she heard Junko say, I love you, Mikuru realized she never completely understood her sister. It was only at this moment that Mikuru finally understood her sister's feelings. Junko's words right now were kind. Perhaps the kindness was completely honest. The words, I love you, might have been true as well. However, for Junko and Nishima, that was her way of saying goodbye. She was severing the ties between them. It was painfully clear to Mikuru. And then, before she could even say anything, the girl on the monitor made a remark that cut Mikuru to the bone. I'm sure someday you'll make your dreams come true. Ultimate despairs never talked to each other like this. Simple truth stabbed into Mikuru's heart. Junko had no further use for her. Her own sister was parting ways with her. Mikuru had dedicated over 10 years of her life to the cause of ultimate despair, and at this moment, it all counted for nothing. But those years no longer mattered to Mikuru. Sister's rejection was more than enough to send her into the depths of despair. That's why Mikuru, even now, clung to a small sliver of hope. Meanwhile, Junko was still on the monitor.
Yeah, right. Did you really think I'd say something that nice? You're so annoying! Can't you just hurry up and disappear already?
Mikuru hoped Junko would say something like that. She hoped she'd start verbally abusing her again, or call her useless and incompetent. Mikuru was no masochist, but she preferred to be showered with bullets and content than endure this kind of emotional pain. But I love you, Mikuru. Bye-bye. The monitor went black, leaving Mikuru to process the horrible goodbye she just received. As if on cue, Monokuma started moving again.
Isn't family love so nice? By the way, did you know that it's about half of all murder cases the killer is a family member?
Monokuma spoke in his usual tone of voice, but it was unclear if his words were getting through to Mikuru. Mikuru let the blood pack in her hand fall to the floor, a tender grip on the iron bar she was still holding. Sorry. I'm sorry. Junko. I'm sorry! She mumbled quietly as she were chanting a spell and walked past the blood pack on the floor to Makoto's bedside with the iron bar in her hands. I'll do it properly. I'll make sure I do it. So...
Oh? Said Monokuma, perking up. Are you gonna properly do Makoto with that big, thick rod you got there? Are you gonna do him? Are you gonna do him in? Either way, I'm starting to feel some heart-throbbing excitement.
Mikuru looked like she had been completely broken. Monokuma walked closer to her with eager anticipation. Suddenly, Monokuma's body silently floated into the air.
Huh?
No expression on his face, Monokuma tried to see what just happened to him. In the blink of an eye, an iron bar ripped through his body. The tip of the bar, which had been cut diagonally earlier in the sharp point, went straight through Monokuma and stabbed into his surveillance camera. The lens was completely destroyed and the camera shot out sparks as it broke down. The iron bar was still stabbed into the surveillance camera as Monokuma dangled from the other end. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but only static came out. A few seconds later, his functions came to a complete stop. Without making a sound at all, Mikuru had kicked Monokuma into the air. As soon as Monokuma's power source and his bomb circuit had been perfectly aligned with the surveillance camera in the nurse's office, Mikuru plunged the iron bar into all three of them. No normal human has the skill to utilize such a technique. Oh, okay. Not even an ultimate. All the hesitation within Mikuru had vanished. Her eyes sparkled like a panther stalking the prey at night. A tense aura surrounded Mikuru, even more so than she thought Sakura earlier. Ignoring Monokuma's lifeless form, she looked at Makoto as he breathed softly and remembered her sister's parting words. "This is despair," she mumbled to herself. "I'm so sorry, Junko." I really understood what despair was. She spoke without emotion. Shame. But it's going to be alright now. I finally understand. Hidden within her, passions began to stir. So, make sure I make you happy, Junko. Make sure I fill you with despair. Save Makoto. Make sure the others don't die. Don't let them escape from this place. And deal with the people on the outside too. We invested so much time and killed so many people for the sake of this plan. They'll destroy every last remnant of it. For you. This was not an act of vengeance toward her sister who had abandoned her. This was an act of mercy. A act between the ultimate despair and the hope she gained from Makoto. Guru was being refined into something that was unlike despair or hope. She had no way of knowing where her path would lead. For 10 minutes had passed. The sound of the students leaving the gym and making their way to the office rang throughout at the hall. Inside, Jack had continued to dodge Sakura's attacks with her tricky movements. When Ayaka blurted out, "Enough already, you irritating pervert!" Genocide Jack stopped in tracks.
Oh my. Getting chewed out by the respectable Ayaka is making my masochistic side get all tingly. They say the line between sadism and masochism is paper thin, but in my case it's more like a Venn diagram. Words can't explain how hot waves of passion squirming through the top of my head to the tips of my toes.
As she rambled incoherently about Bayaka, the other students tied her up with a microphone cable from the gym and locked her in her room. Half the students stayed behind to keep an eye on her, while the rest left to search the grounds of the school. As soon as the door to the nurse's office opened, Kyoko saw a non-functioning Monokuma with a hole in its chest, the remains of his surveillance camera. It wasn't just in the nurse's office, though. Way there, the students had seen several destroyed surveillance cameras and scattered Monokuma bodies. This was a clear violation of school regulations. But if Mikuru was allied with Monokuma, those regulations wouldn't apply to her anyway. Monokuma inside the gym was no longer moving, and lost contact with the hacker. Biseki Madarai. I don't know how to say that. So the students assumed that Madarai had taken control of a different Monokuma and went after Mikuru on its own. With that in mind, Kyoko turned and looked inside the nurse's office once again. Actually quiet. Beds were empty, but Kyoko could see from the bloodstain resting there recently. It's like they're on. Oh wait. Looks like they're already gone, Mondo remarked, but about to leave. Yoko spoke up behind him. I'm going to stay here with Chihiro. For clue. Huh? Huh? Asked Chihiro, her timid eyes widening. Clues? Yoko continued. Some clues in these Monokuma remains. Figured you would be the best candidate for investigating machinery. Sakura spoke up. Isn't that dangerous? Sakura could clearly hold her own in a fight with Mikuru. She had joined the other students in searching the school grounds. Yoko shook her head and replied, Sorry to say this. Things get out of hand. I will just be in your way. Better if we search for clues here instead of doing. Besides, I might be able to use Monokuma's parts to detect any video broadcasts from the outside. Certainly have a point. Understood. We'll be exploring this floor for a while, but please shout for us if anything happens. Sakura left the nurse's office. How did she destroy Monokuma like this? As Chihiro cautiously stood over me, started searching through, zeroed in on one of the beds and began. Later, Kyoko was satisfied with what she found. A small sigh before she spoke. Chihiro? Huh? Guide you in this gamble of mine. Happens. The hallway and call for help. What does that mean? Instead of answering Chihiro's question, Yoko started talking to one of the beds. Say this first. Prepare to hear your story. No matter how ridiculous it may sound. Promise not to decide if it's a lie or the truth until after I've listened to it in its entirety. Chihiro looks confused. She didn't understand what Kyoko meant at all. The ultimate lowered her eyes and turned to the ultimate programmer to make a request. Sure. Does your laptop have a voice recording function? It also has a microphone. Huh? Yeah. I'll need to use that to record everything we're about to hear. There's no one here. Chihiro wondered to herself. She began connecting one of his parts to her laptop and turned on the record function. I'm sure we'll pick up every sound in this room now. Chihiro nervously. Satisfied, Kyoko nodded and once again started talking to the empty bed. What were you going to do if I told everyone that I found Makoto? She heard Kyoko said that. Chihiro looked back at her and was surprised by what she saw. At that moment, the ultimate programmer was kneeling on the floor next to one of his remains. From that position, she was able to see him. Of all the beds in the nurse's office, there is one bed in particular that couldn't be seen from the entrance. Underneath the bed lay a limp Makoto. The blood pack was hidden next to the bed and slowly provided Makoto with a transfusion. The contents of the blood pack were clear. Rather than blood, it seemed to be saline solution used in emergency hydration. Though it wouldn't be as effective as an actual blood transfusion, it was enough to keep him from going into shock. Though that was the extent of Chihiro's medical knowledge. She was already surprised that Makoto had been in the nurse's office this whole time. Not only that Kyoko wasn't talking to the bed that Makoto was under. She sent chills throughout Chihiro's body. However, simply under the bed that Kyoko was facing. The moment Chihiro noticed that, a voice rang out from underneath it. As soon as everyone's attention was focused on Makoto, he was planning to take advantage of that opportunity to take someone hostage. As Chihiro cautiously lowered her head until it was nearly touching the floor, she was able to make out who was talking. Surprisingly, the person hiding there was clinging to the frame of the bed, like a ninja clinging to the ceiling. Presumably, if someone had glanced under the bed quickly, they wouldn't have noticed anybody there. Though Chihiro had no idea how the person was able to hide under the bed for so long, you can at least understand that their strength was beyond normal human life. No question that the person hiding under the bed was Mikuru Ikusaba. But you pretended not to notice. Why? Mikuru's voice was cold as ice, but Kyoko didn't even flinch as she responded. Because I wanted to hear your side of the story. You were hiding under that bed. Compared to the others, the frame was slightly more pronounced. Ro tried comparing the beds to see if it was true, but she couldn't tell the difference at all. Only Kyoko's natural observation skills could let her see something like that. Mikuru seemed to come to a similar conclusion and appeared from under the bed without making a sound. Her face was stoic and cold, compared to the bomb inside Monokuma. I thought she was even more terrifying. However, she ignored Chihiro and shifted her gaze at Kyoko. Against the wall and let her arm fall to her sides as she threw out another question. Why do you want to hear what I have to say? Kyoko thought about this simple question for a while, as if she was searching within her own heart for the answer. Because I wish to remain neutral. Kyoko quietly looked down. Currently missing most of my memories. I don't know who I am, what talent I had to be accepted into this school. Here Chihiro's gasp behind her, but Kyoko didn't mind and continued. So, I believe I should listen to what you say. Regardless to whether you're good or evil, I must hear all the facts in order to know the truth. Matter. Come to a conclusion based on what I see and hear. I think that's the methodology that's been instilled into. See, completely forgot you were like that, Kyoko. Before I do what you have to say, I'll ask you one question first. What is it? Kira's reply was completely emotionless. Kyoko presented her question as if she was asking it to herself as well. It's my talent that allowed me to attend this academy. The answer to that question was simple. Kyoko, you're the ultimate detective. The answer marked a turning point for both girls. Thank you. A better understanding of the situation now. Kyoko slowly raised her head and presented a theory. Memory loss wasn't just coincidence. No, your group has the ability to erase people's memories. With that in mind, take that into consideration, the situation that unfolded in the gym earlier, I can only come to one possibility. Possibility? Yes. I said to Bayaka when he thought you were talking to Toko when he thought you were taking Toko hostage, claimed that they met to you. Possible that might actually be true. In fact, that Makoto called out Makuru's name. Saying that Makuru confirmed and denied, just like Jack outlandish claims. Factors that Kyoko noted, using her special observation skills, were converging in her mind to form one answer. It's possible that Bayaka and Toko's memories were also erased like mine. I don't think their circumstances are quite the same as mine. But if our memories can be controlled so freely, it calls into question whether the day Monokuma appeared was really the same day we entered the academy. Said, it's possible that we've known Toko Fukawa for the last 2 years. But what do you mean? Chihiro. What do you mean? Chihiro cried, still working on connecting her laptop to Monokuma parts. Kyoko continued, speaking to both Chihiro and Makuru. We were knocked unconscious when sleeping gas the moment we arrived at the school. It's possible that we simply made to think that's what happened. Example, we may have already spent the last 2 years at Speak Academy. Memories of that time were completely erased. It's possible that we are. Random people have been implanted 16 years worth of false memories. Though Kyoko's claims sounded ridiculous, her face was completely serious. She looked at Mikuru once again. Which means, considering the possibility that your crazy story is actually the truth. Kyoko's declaration filled the room with silence. She didn't let the silence overwhelm her. Kyoko cut through it with her own words. Without evidence, all I can do is make a hypothesis. I want to hear what you have to say, Mikuru. I have no intention of blindly believing what you're going to say. What the self-proclaimed hacker, Monokuma, said. Paused and lowered her eyes again, and declared that with powerful determination, even so, I intend to come to a conclusion as fairly and objectively as I can. I can only do that if you trust me and tell the truth. Yoko's conviction was clear from her voice. Kiru's eyes narrowed slightly. A tapestry of emotions flashed across her face. She looked toward Kyoko. But when she opened her mouth, her expression and voice were completely devoid of emotion. That's right. Forgot. Like that. Kira repeated this to herself softly, then faced Kyoko and declared, "Must be why Junko took care to erase memories compared to the others." Very well. I'll tell you. After Mikuru placed Makoto back onto the bed, she began to mechanically tell a story. The story of a girl who wanted to fill the world with despair. A girl who only felt truly happy when she was filled with despair herself. And for despair that began 2 years ago. Perhaps even earlier than that. The world was currently ruled by despair itself. Mikuru provided a brief summary of everything she knew from the plan. It might sound even more outrageous than Kyoko had expected. Through her story, Kyoko was able to learn the truth about herself. Who she is and why she came to the academy. They are the academy's real headmaster, Kyoko's father. She listened to Mikuru's story, and Kyoko remained silent the whole time. Her face went blank when she learned her father had died. Perhaps her memory loss and the absurdity of the situation helped lessen the impact somewhat. There was no guarantee Kyoko would even believe her story. After Mikuru finished speaking, Kyoko stayed silent. Her unrivaled mental prowess, she was able to listen to Mikuru's story without interrupting her or dismissing it as nonsense. Mikuru continued. "You have to believe me. For all, pictures that can prove my story are with Junko. All I can do, talk." After she said that, Mikuru silently walked away toward the entrance to the nurse's office. When she arrived at the door, she spoke again without looking back. But even if you don't believe me, still listen to everything I had to say, so... Kyoko? Bro? Thank you. After apologizing in such a strange tone of voice, she turned to the bed where Makoto lay, breathing weakly. Make sure Makoto stays rested. When he wakes up, make sure you give him some sports drinks from the dining hall or supply room to drink. Please. Of course, but... What are you gonna do? What are you going to do now? Asked Kyoko. Kira straightened herself up. Despair. Me too. You make Junko feel despair. Kira continued mumbling to herself as she opened the door. There's nothing else I can do. No, there is something you can do. Kira stopped walking as Kyoko spoke firmly. Regardless of whether Monokuma is really Junko, Nishima, or Biseki Madurai, you're dealing with him. You won't be able to lay a finger on Makoto. I don't fully trust you. If you're really concerned for Makoto's life, willing to work with you. Like Biseki, he's probably abandoned him already. Right. Sorry. Don't really work well with others. Kira looked away and bowed her head as she left the nurse's office. But, I'll do my best. The doors closed and Mikuru was gone. I'm sorry for involving you in something so dangerous, Chihiro. She continued to organize the vast amount of information that Mikuru gave her. Kyoko turned to Chihiro, still working on Monokuma. She trembled with fear. Chihiro slowly looked back at Kyoko. Kyoko? About what Mikuru said just now. Chihiro's face turned pale as she struggled with her words, and Kyoko tried to calm her down. We can't determine if anything she told us was true or not. No need to be afraid. Chihiro shook her head and returned to looking at her laptop. I think she's telling the truth. Are you basing that on? Well, looks like Monokuma is really being controlled from the outside. Part of Monokuma's system has been connected to Chihiro's laptop. She was analyzing the data within its control system. It was then that the ultimate programmer noticed something unusual about it. Its control program. I thought it would be another year before the system became fully operational. Chihiro started trembling so much that she was unable to continue speaking. Can't confirm that, said Kyoko, proposing another possibility to avoid jumping to conclusions. It's possible that a similar program was being developed in secret. Chihiro adamantly shook her head and said, No, that's not it. Just looks really familiar to me. Yoko looked over Chihiro's trembling shoulders to peer at the screen. Then she noticed. This program. Chihiro, did you create this? All the ultimate programmer could do was nod weakly. First floor, main hall. Mikuru continued moving forward and was fortunate enough to not encounter Sakura or Mondo. No interference from anyone, she made her way to the hall as large as the gym and stood before the sealed main entrance. Suddenly, Monokuma popped out from the shadows to block her path. Within this hall, that resembled a nuclear bomb shelter, repelled with all manner of heavy weaponry. Monokuma's silhouette was conspicuously out of place here. His laughter rang throughout the room as he wiggled his body from side to side.
What are you doing at the nurse's office? Did you eliminate your rival for Makoto's affections? Or did you help play matchmaker instead? Either way, don't you think it's kind of adorable to put Makoto and Kyoko in the same situation together? If this were a suspense film, those two would be the last couple standing. But if this was a horror film, they'd just die anyway. The killer was alive all along. Splat goes the blood, plop goes the meat. I'm a huge fan of endings where the characters think they're gonna live, but that's really held to a final detonation. Wait, what the hell is a detonation? What does that even mean?
Despite Monokuma's angry complaints, Mikuru remained unperturbed. Unperturbed. She continued to stare icy daggers at Monokuma as she was waiting for him to finish speaking.
Well, anyway, I'm just so sad right now. Regulation-breaking delinquent is disrespecting the harmony of this peaceful academy. I can't even keep one of my students from running wild. Time to say goodbye to your incompetent headmaster. I'm gonna use Monokuma Evolution to become a big Magnum headmaster, and I'll mold you into a decent student.
As soon as he said that, Monokuma extended his claws and wailed toward Mikuru.
So if I'm going to mold you, then I gotta kill you first.
Right as he finished speaking, Monokuma suddenly charged at Mikuru like spiked volleyball. But Mikuru was faster and dodged Monokuma's attack. She jumped back, keeping her distance from Monokuma just in case his claws would extend even longer. Then, a shadowy figure appeared next to her. Mikuru twisted her body to its limits and just nearly evaded the figure's attack. She landed on the floor. She immediately saw.
So what does the immortal killer want, anyway? Are you gonna tell the others the truth and escape with them? Even though you know that the outside world is like right now?
The two Monokumas were speaking to Mikuru in unison.
Honestly, I don't mind if you do that. I can just imagine the look on everyone's faces when they discover the truth. It fills me with such heart-throbbing excitement.
The two Monokumas continued to speak in a serious sound.
You said you destroyed my plans, but there's no happy ending waiting for you, no matter which route you take. And you only have yourself to blame for that. Don't tell me that they'd be grateful to you. Even if you guys escape here, do you think they'll still forgive you for when they get a whiff of what nasty air outside? Some of them might prefer to stay in the school, and some of them might resent you for being kind and showing them the truth. But then again, this is all your fault anyway, so it doesn't really matter what they think of you. Monokuma made them a mistake.
Despite facing down to Monokuma, Mikuru's expression didn't waver. She understood that controlling two Monokumas simultaneously was a piece of cake for Junko. Mikuru drew an arm-length metal bar from seemingly nowhere and readied herself. The remains of the IV stand from the nurse's office, sharpened into a point weapon. With her weapon in hand, Mikuru responded in a cold, mechanical tone. It's fine. I'm already used to that. None of the fears she felt when Monokuma suggested that Makoto would blame her appeared on her face. Her path was clear to her now. She calmly issued her demand to Monokuma. Junko, Open the gates. Shock of such a straightforward demand left both Monokumas momentarily speechless. Soon they replied,
Huh? Why?
So we can all leave together. Another straightforward answer. Both Monokumas faced each other and began gesturing as if they were whispering to one another. Kuru knew their were intended to mock her. Unmoved, she continued to speak to Junko directly. I think you'll understand if I showed them. Then they'll stop doubting Makoto.
You always find new ways to disappoint me, Mikiru. Did you forget why this school has an air filtration system?
It's true that the air outside is polluted. I don't think he'll kill us immediately. Besides, better than being trapped in the school and forced to kill each other.
How can you be sure the others will go along with you? You know what I mean, right? Before the former headmaster got turned into space and dust, he interviewed the others and they all agreed that they wanted to stay in the school. That was before their memories had been erased. Do you really want to betray their wishes?
Kuru blinked and slowly stepped forward. Care about their feelings.
Huh?
You're all I need, Junko. Don't worry. He's watching out for you. I'm sure you feel despair. Once you make Makoto, the others, happy. Want to revel in your own despair that badly. I'll trust the hope Makoto gave me. Take my chances with them instead of you. Kuru's brief but powerful words caused the Monokumas to turn and talk to each other again.
Oh my, this doesn't look good at all, Monokuma A. This child doesn't realize her own hypocrisy. She's so disappointed that she's strange to reach critical mass, right, Monokuma B?
The two Monokumas looked at Mikiru, who seemed ready to destroy them, and said,
What do you think, Monokuma C?
Kuru was taken aback by their question. Her instinct suddenly kicked in and she immediately dodged away. At that moment, a third Monokuma, paws extended, passed by her where her head had been previously. This new Monokuma unit landed with several springs in face of Kuru, but clung to the remains of the spoon skimmer still attached to the ceiling.
I agree with you both, A and B!
The three Monokumas lined themselves up. The students locked inside the academy. The sight would have been akin to a nightmare.
Right on!
The three units began speaking in perfect harmony as their 6 eyes looked at Mikiru. Suddenly, they each jumped away in 3 separate directions and picked off one of the walls. Half of each unit's triangular attack all converged on a single point. Mikiru, who was still clinging to the ceiling. She was surrounded by razor-sharp claws coming at her from different directions. This situation wasn't even a nightmare to Mikiru. Compared to the time she fended off 3 assassins who had invaded her camp that night before she was still a member of the rear, this was nothing. This thought crossed Mikiru's mind and she dangled from the ceiling with one hand and thrashed her limbs around them as she made it. Intercepted by this move, the Monokumas fell to the floor with a loud crash. Mikiru landed on the ground and chased after one of them, brandishing her metal bar. Suddenly, she stopped moving and took a huge move back. One of the Monokumas exploded with a deafening roar. She had detonated the bomb inside himself in an attempt to make Mikiru down with him. Thanks to her own battlefield instincts, Mikiru managed to avoid the explosion. She looked toward the hallway, expecting the explosion to have attracted the attention of Sakura and the others. But she didn't hear any footsteps approaching. Monokuma's voice rang from within the dense smoke.
Oh, you don't have to worry. I already told the other students to assemble in the cafeteria. They were eager to follow my orders after I told them I disarmed the poison gas and that special police unit was coming to get them. I'm pretty sure Kyoko and the others are all in the cafeteria by now. I'm sure Makoto is with them too. I doubt Sakura will get too rough with him, but I'm sure Bayaka would torture Makoto once he wakes up. I can just imagine him rubbing salt or pouring soy sauce into his open wounds. Man, I'm getting all hot and bothered right now.
She listened to Monokuma's overlapping voices. Kuru tilted her head slightly and asked, I'm sure they're going to find out that you lied about the special police unit. Really okay with that?
No worries. Once I've dealt with you, I don't care at all if they find out I was lying. You still don't get it, do you? You still don't get it? You're such a disappointment.
Suddenly dawned on the cure. Jason wanted to how the comments on the cure of the students found out from the law. Rather, the voices of the Markimas and the smoke were gradually increasing in number. Oh frick, there are 5 now! I just got it. Oh, there's even more! The smoke started to clear. The showers of 3 Monokumas appeared. The one that exploded couldn't be revived, so a new one must have not to take its place. There's no way Mikuru will make her talking to someone. But to prove her hearing was accurate, had been accurate. Monokuma suddenly made their move. 3 Monokumas bent over and began twirling out their bodies. From behind them, new Monokumas emerged, and captured Vincent's masked body. The second row of Monokumas moved the earlier ones with only 1 frame of delay, feeling even more Monokumas behind them. Eventually, Mikuru realized that those 2 rows containing 10 Monokumas each.
Do you know what this is called? Circle dance?
Monokuma's 30 voices spoke in perfect harmony as they divulged information that had nothing to do with the current situation. Mikuru already knew that multiple Monokumas were positioned throughout the academy, but only Junko knew how many Monokumas actually existed. Mikuru had no way of knowing that these 30 Monokumas were part of a larger contingent. Box with 2-tone teddy bears began to twirl around. Mikuru felt like she was being bombarded with hypnotic images. But faced with this abnormal sight, the soldier remained calm and maintained her focus. She was nothing like the girl who panicked earlier in the gym when Makoto was inhaling. She stood before 30 scenes of despair. She slowed her breath and she slowed her breathing and allowed her heart rate to accelerate. It's instinct, fear or panic, that sent her blood racing throughout her body, speeding up the reaction time of her cells. As her senses sharpened, Monokumas began seeking for her again.
Don't worry, I'll make sure Makoto doesn't die. As long as everyone lives, I can reset their memories as many times as I want. That's right, all your effort, hope, dreams, determination are going right in the garbage heap.
Monokumas took turns speaking in groups of 10. As if the mastermind controlling the Monokumas wanted to show off their ability to manipulate them. However, the ultimate soldier knew that the true purpose behind all this was. She strained her ears to their limit and noticed a certain sound hidden among the Monokumas' voices. Miru's face remained perfectly still as she kicked off the floor. The moment she moved to his side, a roaring sound shook the entrance hall. The ceiling mounted into birds, and by the gate started raining bullets down her through. Monokumas witnessed the mastermind's decoy while she tried to blow her away. As if further trapping her, Monokumas charged at Mikuru through the storm of bullets. Mikuru guessed that the mastermind programmed their movements in advance so they wouldn't get hit by a single bullet. She ran for the gates, evading waves of bullets and claws every step of the way, programming 30 Monokumas in 2 turrets, while also predicting Mikuru's escape path. This would be considered impossible for anyone, but Mikuru knew it was possible for Junko. As ultimate despair, she possessed despair-inducing abilities that surpassed the capabilities of any normal human. Her display of power was only fulfilling Mikuru's despair. Despair. Playing out in front of Mikuru. Despair. Adorably deadly Monokumas laughed and danced through it. Despair to the point of absurdity. The presence of such despair, Mikuru felt a strange just doing all this for me? Junko, you watching me right now? In the end, perhaps Mikuru really wasn't clenched her fist. Junko, thank you. The sound of gunfire overshadowed her whisper. Mikuru fell completely silent. Member of ultimate despair, Mikuru's heart was filled with joy. Though she was filled with emotion, her eyes had lost sparkle. Silence filled the air. Even the gunfire from the turret seemed to stop for a moment. That was only an illusion to the one control. Something strong enough to silence the gunfire and avoid being picked up by the sensors spread through the school. Kira at the center. I'll sure I do this right. That final thought, she closed her mouth and turned off her emotion. She ran through the waves of scorching bullets. The air around her began to grow colder. It spread into her heart, began to beat in a mechanical fashion. Several seconds later, Kira's body and mind melded together and became one with her surroundings. Temperature now dominated the battlefield. Despair, bulls, Monokumas filled the area. Kira predicted their movements and jumped into the air without any hesitation. But the Monokumas jumped at her. She avoided his attack, Kira's body, and launched herself in midair. Bullets pierced through space when Kira was previously occupying, striking the falling Monokuma right through its internal bomb. The impacted bullet caused it to explode, sending fiery Monokuma parts everywhere. As she rode the blast wave, Kira balanced herself in mid-air and flicked away 3 Monokumas that leapt after her. She moved so gracefully that she was practically flying. In contrast, the Monokumas threw themselves into half of the oncoming bullets, exploding one after the other. Some of them exploded near the main entrance, but their blast didn't even leave a scratch. With full control over the entrance hall, Kira evaded bullets and confirmed that the bombs inside the Monokumas weren't enough to destroy the bullet. She refused to stop. Kira needed to get information on what she must do to escape the academy. She had no desire to kill Junko. Kira wanted to fill Junko with despair by instilling hope for the future of Makoto and the other students. It was Kira's ultimate goal. Get information. Contrasted her determination, her mouth stayed shut. But this did not mean Mikura was not currently speaking to Junko. The situation, battle of death and destruction, was a conversation filled for Mikura. All she knew how to do was fight. She thought she wasn't interested in anything else. She thought she didn't need anything else. All Mikura needed to do was a sword to fulfill her sister's desire of despair. That purpose alone was the crux of her existence. She lived her entire life convincing herself that she couldn't do anything else. That's why power was like her language to Mikura. Battle to the death revealed more about her heart than your words ever could. Her words were in the wind of savagery that blows across the battlefield, uprooting others who also spoke the language of violence. This was true even against her sister. Junko would berate her sister. Kuru couldn't talk back. All she could do was cover and apologize profusely. But it's different now. For the first time, people were using a language her sister actually recognized. Childless despair who tore the world apart was speaking to her sister with a language of power. Kuru's heart filled with joy. For that reason, she strengthened her focus on the conversation with Junko. That emotion began to gradually disappear. This frigid battlefield, Mikuru continued her heated conversation. Miss rounds of despair fired from hers, but Mikura's words intercepted every last violent shot that threatened to shatter her body and mind in half. She quickly realized that the Monokumas hadn't decreased in number at all, no matter how many times she kept destroying. Not only that, she noticed that more Monokumas had been joining the fray until there were nearly 50 of them from the fight. How the frick is she controlling 50 Monokumas? I understand she might have programmed them, but I don't think she would have programmed them that well. But Mikura's resolve wouldn't break so easily. As she continued to wield her power, her heart began to fill with something that was neither hope nor despair. She learned despair from being abandoned by Junko. She learned hope from her acts of violence. Mikuru, she had no interest in this world. The small space in front of the gate is a reflection of her life. A representation of her perfect world. Can't say that word for some reason. This disappointing girl, filled with endless disappointment, who knew of no other way to live beyond her lonely dance. She surrounded herself to the rhythm of despair, which accompanies the music of hope. Pier Room's innermost area, Monokuma Room. How much time had passed? Surveillance cameras at the gates were capturing footage of countless Monokumas falling at the hands of a child who fought like a raging demon. The Monokumas bolstered their numbers. Now 100 of them were trying to sink their claws into Mikuru. Most of them were running on autopilot, reacting to her movements based on prior information they had received in advance. But despite standing before hundreds of mechanical adversaries, Mikuru's face showed no fear. She hadn't sustained a single injury, giving her a presence that was nearly divine to behold. Though Sakura Ogami was powerful enough to injure her arm, Mikuru in her current state could potentially fight Sakura to a draw now, without relying on firearms. She took complete control of the battlefield, taking in her surroundings as if it were a part of herself. She dodged attacks from the rear as though she had eyes on the back of her head, and stabbed through Monokuma's weak point, metal bar. No matter where the attacks came from, Mikuru deflected them as if her skin were covered in eyes. Describing her as ultimate no longer did her justice. Mikuru had transcended the boundaries of humanity, became a pure killing machine. But despite that, though she understood the ludicrous power her sister possessed, Junko was not afraid. She felt not one iota of fear. After all, Junko can feel his despair. She even started to admire her sister's attempt to fill her with despair. That sentiment quickly filled Junko with an orgastic ecstasy of despair. Junko knew. She knew that Mikuru was neither hope nor despair. She was just a phenomenon. A disappointing girl who no longer understood herself. Only knew how to be violent because it was all she did anymore. Mikuru had become an avatar of destruction beyond that of any military force. She couldn't even be considered a soldier anymore. She was a natural disaster, like a typhoon or tornado. Perhaps gravity. She was now a fundamental force of the universe that only existed to bring despair to Junko. Mastermind enjoyed watching her sister go all out. Mikuru destroyed everything and ruined her life. Junko would still be comforted by the despair. She could just go right ahead and overpower her. He'll consider this for a few seconds until a familiar, hopeless habit its head. A habit of getting so bored that it made her sick. The girl who had been grinning as she watched the screen now bore a look of calm stoicism, and she reached for the microphone connected to the Monokuma speakers. Mikuru was no longer human anymore. Junko knew what to bring her back. A simple feeling, really. That hopeless feeling for Mikuru and mine. Mastermind said just one word. Front of the main entrance. Mikuru. That voice. It's calling her name. Instead of using Monokuma's voice filter, Junko's natural voice was coming out of Monokuma now. That was all it took. One word, Mikuru Ikosaba stopped being a force in nature and became a person again. Monokuma would not miss this opportunity. As if moving at the beat of Mikuru's shaking heart, tore her claws leapt to attack her. But Mikuru trusted her instincts and twisted her entire body to fend off the attacks, leaving her with only a few scrapes here and there. But despair wasn't over yet. Ultimate despair didn't waste any time making her next move. Mikuru, watch out! Huh? As soon as Mikuru heard that voice, her mind went completely blank. No mistaking it. It's Makoto's scream. The scream that saved her from the spears of Gunganar, changed her destiny. No, that's wrong. It took her a tenth of a second to realize that the voice was just a sound clip that Junko had replayed. More than enough time to drag Mikuru, who had regained her humanity, into despair. Right when she recovered from her moment of shock, Monokuma appeared behind her, roundhouse kicked her temple, twisted her head to blow with a blow. At that moment, a different Monokuma attacked her from the opposite side of the head belt. As soon as Mikuru dodged that attack, 3 Monokumas launched simultaneous dropkicks and knocked her to the ground. The fact that they weren't using their claws meant that their nerve trained Kuma flew right away. Before she could see him again, dozens of Monokuma waiting for her on the floor climbed on top of Mikuru and pinned her limbs. One of the Monokumas waddled over to Mikuru as she lay face down on the floor and laughed.
A pretty girl getting pinned by all of these knees. I wonder if I should feel more excited about this. Don't make that face. If I wanted to kill you, I'd just pump you full of bullets right now. But I don't think the audience watching this on TV would like that ending very much. And I'm sure I do it the right way this time.
What are you planning to do to me? Mikuru asked in her emotionless voice. Monokuma waffed and answered,
Nothing. I'm just gonna stick to the original plan and make you play the killing game at the school. I'll erase everyone's memories again, and I'll just make them redo the introduction and the entrance ceremony again.
in typical Monokuma fashion, remove space for Mikuru.
But it'd be boring if we had to redo everything. Maybe this time, I'll have you participate as Mikuru Kusaba. I'll take away even more of your memories like I did to that irritating detective girl. You'll just be a poor little girl with no memory at all.
As Monokuma talked and wiggled his body from side to side, the other Monokumas danced and twirled around. Amid their fantastical scene, Monokuma continued to describe his hopeless plan in a nonchalant manner. At first, you'll be the girl with amnesia, and everyone will feel so sorry for you. But as they unravel the mystery of this academy, they'll find out who you really are. It's exciting to think that they'll treat you when that happens. Knowing you, you'll probably kill some purely on instinct. Maybe I should rethink my rules about self-defense. You can't. Her memories would be erased. There's nothing she could do about her classmates hating her. Losing even her childhood memories would mean connection to Junko would be severed as well. If Mikuru had no interest in the world, it's unbearable even for her.
I've heard of a New Game Plus before, but this is the first time I've seen a New Game Minus. Should I tell you up for fun? Or maybe we should make this game even more masochistic? Forget hard mode, very hard mode, and inferno mode. Why don't you skip ahead to impossible mode? Maybe I'll erase your memories after I drag you on a motorcycle, pummel you with 1,000 baseballs, burn you at the stake, and crush you with an excavator. Isn't that all executions that happened in the first game? Mikuru knew what Monokuma was talking about. He was describing the tools they had prepared for the various executions that they had planned for the students. After everyone reintroduces themselves, they'll walk around the school grounds and eventually find a flat-chested girl with amnesia, covered in bandages with fingers tattooed on her right hand. I bet a certain fan base might get off on that. If that were a game, they would increase sales by 500%! The Monokuma sounded like he was joking. Everything he said was deadly serious. As evidence, Mikuru heard a rumbling sound off in the distance. Now then, your sweet ride is on its way. Based on the engine's noise, Mikuru surmised that the large motorcycle that was supposed to be used for one of the executions. I took the time to bring this all the way from the punishment room, so you better be grateful. The sound of the roaring engine grew louder and louder, like the approaching footsteps of death. Mikuru wondered how Monokuma would drive it with such tiny arms and legs. Then she remembered that she was dealing with an ultimate despair. Junko would make the impossible possible just to bring about despair. Despair that went hand in hand with Mikuru's fate. I fail? Didn't Junko despair? I save Makoto and the others? Questions raced through Mikuru's mind. She wasn't able to answer them. No way she could have answered them so easily. After all, still alive. The sound of the motorcycle grew closer and closer, straining to break Mikuru's spirit. Suddenly, Monokuma stopped moving. The other Monokumas continued doing their automatic movements. As this strange event unfolded, Mikuru noticed something. The motorcycle had suddenly gone quiet. For a few seconds, the engine exploded to life and began to approach even faster than before. Only a few seconds later, what appeared in front of the main entrance was an enormous motorcycle that plowed through groups of Monokumas like a predator hunting its prey. The guy of the motorcycle was no other than Mondo Owada! I figured it was Mondo! Mikuru and Monokuma were both visibly shocked by this turn of events. Instead of addressing them, Mondo accelerated the motorcycle. He stole from Monokuma and directly toward Mikuru.
It's actually very ironic since in the original game he got killed by that. Just before his front tire touched Mikuru, he popped a reverse wheelie and turned the entire motorcycle around. The back wheel swept over Mikuru's back, knocking away all the Monokumas that were pinning there. Hey, can you stand? Mondo asked and begrudgingly offered his hand to Mikuru. Confused, Mikuru took his hand and stood up. What are you doing, Mondo?
What are you doing, Mondo? I was so close!
One of the Monokumas protested. Not in his normal voice. That was the hacker, the Seki Madorat. Oh yeah, you're Baseki or whatever, right? I'm just gonna continue with the normal Monokuma voice. I cannot switch between Monokuma and the other thing.
That's right. Why are you helping a terrorist?
I ain't tracking about this or anything, but I have no clue if you or this girl's lying. The veins in his temple began to bulge and his cheeks flushed with anger as Mondo said, but still, I had the time to just stand around while some idiot gangs up on a girl.
What are you saying? Get a hold of yourself! You must be experiencing Stockholm Syndrome. You've deluded yourself into thinking you're friends with the criminals who taken you hostage.
Monokuma tried to explain to Mondo, but he ignored him, took Mikuru's hand and pulled her onto the back of the motorcycle. Oh wait, did he shove off the Monokuma that was originally on the motorcycle and then just took it? Oh, shut the fuck up! I don't know nothing about Stockholms or syndromes or... But don't go acting like you can boss me around! As Mondo shouted, he grabbed the motorcycle as if he was using it to punctuate his words. The ceiling-mounted turrets... I'm sorry! I only had the image of him knocking the Monokuma on the ground and then just driving over it with the motorcycle. Ceiling-mounted turrets began moving, but the two disappeared before the turrets could take aim at the motorcycle. As they zoomed through the hallway, countless Monokumas chased after them, waving their claws wildly through the air. Hi, asked Mikuru. Huh? Shouted Mondo. His voice was even louder than the sound of the engine. Don't get the wrong idea! I don't trust you at all! Lowered his voice slightly as if he were whispering to himself. Still, don't know why, but I feel like I could trust what he said. Fired Mikuru. No time for questions. The unit leading the Monokumas chasing after the motorcycle was almost caught up to him. Then, like an enormous maw of some fearsome creature, they brandished their claws in perfect unison. At that moment, the motorcycle zoomed by his own girl. A girl whose fighting ability surpasses that of any normal human. The strongest girl on Earth. The fighting spirit that defied comprehension, the ultimate martial artist kicked off the ground. A sound even louder than the motorcycle's engine filled the room. When Mikuru looked back, she saw Sakura landing on the floor, sending the pack of Monokumas flying several meters away. Sakura? If she heard Mikuru mumble her name, Sakura didn't acknowledge it. Like a statue of fearsome god king, she calmed her breathing as she stood before the pack of Monokumas and ready for battle. Soup methods seem unbecoming for one who plays with the ultimate hack. An overpowering aura seeped from her skin, and her skin shimmered as an intense heat began to fill the hallway. Unlike the power of Mikuru's sheer violence, this was the power of martial arts. Mikuru froze the air around her, and time along with it. But Sakura was generating enough heat to boil space itself as she stood before the Monokumas. With the heat stinging her back, Mikuru looked ahead. Hifumi and Chihiro were cautiously peeking behind the door leading to the dorms, while Hina and Taka kept watching from inside the building. After passing them by, Mondo slowed down the motorcycle as he reached the front of the cafeteria. It turned into a complete stop. The other students looked warily at Mikuru. But among these students, Mikuru noticed two people who weren't regarding her with suspicion. One was Kyoko, who seemed to be studying the situation. The other one, a skinny boy who was leaning against Kyoko's shoulder. Makoto? Mikuru's lips began to tremble as she sat on the back of the motorcycle, ignoring the pain coursing through his body. Makoto smiled at Mikuru and repeated what he said to her earlier. I'm glad you're safe, Mikuru. Fortunately, Mikuru was unable to realize her hope of filling her little sister with despair. Instead, she had successfully planted the seeds of hope into her. Makoto had barely regained consciousness while Mikuru was fighting the horde of Monokumas entrance. He woke up. He did something extremely simple. He talked about his memories. Most of the students were still skeptical even after listening to Mikiru's recorded confession at Manchihiro's laptop. Obviously, they were still not entirely convinced at first when Makoto woke up, but after Sakura asked him a certain question, the ambience completely changed. Then beyond the walls of the school, the world is completely destroyed? You're saying there's no one else alive? Makoto slowly sat up to answer Sakura's main question. Hurry. Sure, Kenichiro. Still safe. Sure, still keep his promise to you. Sakura gasped. Kenichiro was the only man she couldn't defeat. The man who had promised her a rematch and made her one other promise as well. How? Do you know that name? How do you know about that promise? Because he told me. No. Makoto slowly corrected himself. He told me. He told all of us. Sakura was silent after hearing the words. She then faced the other students and spoke in a loud, clear voice. I'm going to trust Makoto! Sakura! Though Hina was shocked, Sakura continued to speak with determination. What Makoto just said is something I kept locked away inside my memories. In fact, I was planning to keep that a secret until the day I died. If I share that secret, that means that once a strong bond between Makoto, myself, and with my fellow students as well. Makoto continued to talk in a gentle tone. Though it couldn't have been good of his help, he continued to slowly talk about the memories that the other students no longer had. Why do you know about the story I'm planning to write? Why do you know about the story I'm planning to write? Are you a specialist user who can predict the future? I already finished that story, Fumi. Oh, wait! Why do you know about the story I'm planning to write? Are you a specialist user who can predict the future? You already finished that story, Hifumi. Had me help you thinking. What? Wait a sec! How do you know I extorted money from the girl? Oh, wait. Frick! What? Wait a sec! How do you know I extorted money from the girl related to the Kazu clan? Why does that sound familiar? Weird. Because you even tried selling organs to them. His wounds were excruciating. And so Makoto kept smiling and talking about their lives together, as if this was his duty to do so now that he had regained his memories. As the other students listened to him, they slowly began to realize something. The vivid accounts he was providing couldn't be explained as just passive knowledge. Clearly, some kind of bond between them all had been lost. Only Bayaka remained cynical. No way I would have grown closer to any of you. Likely that you're all secretly working together. But Bayaka was still hostile toward Makoto's recollection of their memories. At the time being, he determined that Makoto wasn't actually a terrorist. Mikuru had bought enough time for Makoto to wake up and share his memories with the others. And if she hadn't intended to do that, still a small sliver of hope that she grasped tightly. Now, she looked at the boy who smiled at her. Mikuru didn't know what to say. Couldn't think of anything to say at all. The battle was over, and Mikuru was now back to the disappointing girl. Turned away from everyone's faces and apologetically climbed off the back of the motorcycle. But Makoto saw her and suddenly opened his mouth to say, "Thank you, Mikuru. You saved my life." Makoto gave her words of sincere gratitude between his weak breaths. Mikuru couldn't bring herself to look at him as she mumbled to herself. Huh? Kyoko told you. You already know what I did, right? After regaining his memories and learning the truth, Mikuru should have been nothing but a hated traitor to him. Why would he smile at someone like her? Mikuru kept her head down. Makoto smiled as if he was unsure how to respond and said, "Well, I guess you're right. But you also saved my life many times during these past 2 years." And Makoto took a deep, quiet breath and smiled at Mikuru again. "My friend, we all spent time with each other. It would be great if you could look for a different path. Despair. If there's any way I can help you, I will." Walk another path at this point. I don't know what you can do, even what I can do. But I think it's more important to look at that path instead of actually finding it. Is that intentional or coincidence? Just before he regained his memories, Makoto had said something similar to Mikuru. She spoke to him in the nurse's office at Junko. Regardless of whether he lost his memories or regained them, words revealed Makoto's character. Mikuru confirmed that for herself. Makoto blurted out something that was almost too trusting. And it's not just you. Even Junko can. But he was immediately interrupted. Monokuma's face appeared on every monitor in the academy, and his laughter seemed to come out of every speaker.
I could have kept pretending to be the ultimate hacker, but it's boring to impersonate someone who doesn't even exist. If this keeps up, I'll lose my identity and turn into a Konokuma.
Kyoko looked at the surveillance camera and addressed Monokuma directly. She seemed to give up.
There isn't a bear anywhere that gives up as easily as I do. Regardless, I'm pretty sure Chihiro has figured out the secret of my control program by now.
Guess I thought you threw that program on purpose. Kyoko realized something when Mikuru told her about Junko. For two reasons, such a hateful person would intentionally leave an obvious clue inside Monokuma's. Either Junko wanted the students to learn the truth about the outside world, themselves on their own, and their hopes into despair, while she was looking forward to that clue resulting in her own plan being undone, which would allow her to feel despair toward herself. She was an angel of everlasting darkness, delighting in her own despair and using it to spread despair and destruction to those around her. Why would someone like that continue to pull forward on Junko?
Actually, I set that program for Chihiro to discover if she happened to be one of the final 5 survivors. I feel so sad and empty that my preparation was a waste, but I'm going to think about it positively. The word retreat doesn't exist in Monokuma's dictionary.
Nervousness began to grip the student as Monokuma continued talking in his relaxed and uplifting voice.
Now then, it looks like everyone's here, including Toko, who's still tied up in a room. Let's start with the heart-throbbing, exciting special graduation exam.
Huh? Students broke out in noisy confusion, but Monokuma ignored them and kept talking.
Don't think about it too hard. Relax. Change a lax to a bird. For all I care, I'll still be the most adorable bear here.
Ayaka, visibly annoyed Monokuma's nonsensical rambling, shouted, I already know it's you, Junko! Stop this stupid game and show yourself!
Oh my, don't you know? If you want to lure the mastermind out of her heavenly ideal, you need to bring a worthy sacrifice. You're not worthy enough at all. You really think the mastermind would show herself for your pathetic hope and despair?
He roared maniacally. I began to explain the special graduation exam.
If you pass my exam, everyone will graduate. But if you fail, you'll be held back for a whole year. I'll reset your memories, give you a fresh new lease on life, and you'll reintroduce yourselves at the start of the school year again. They say people's lives don't come with reset buttons, but I'm not a people. Whether it's a soft resets or hard resets, I can do as I please.
Yasuhiro seemed confused, but the other students knew what Monokuma meant by reset. It's going to force them to relive their school lives once again. As Yasuhiro struggled to understand, Taka pointed at a nearby monitor and shouted, Stop this already! No matter what you do to us, we'll never commit murder! These past few days should have already made that clear to you!
What was that? Shouted Monokuma. Are you serious?
Of course! No one here would ever take another human being's life for any reason! Taka shouted. One of the students, a pale-faced girl standing apart from the others, looked away. It was Sayaka. She trembled. A voice popped up from behind her.
What do you think, Sayaka?
She couldn't even turn around from sheer terror, but Sayaka knew. Monokuma was standing right behind her.
None of them will become a killer.
Monokuma leaned towards Sayaka and asked her a question only she could hear.
By the way, Sayaka, why did you go to Makoto's room when nothing strange had happened yet? Did you two have an inappropriate relationship? What would your fans think if they found out you had a move on a boy by sneaking into his room?
Or were you there for some other reason? She could barely make a sound, much less scream, as her trembling Monokuma had nothing to gain by Sakura doing reflections like this. Simply wanted to see the young singer fall into despair over her true character. For that reason, Monokuma did not relent. Hey! What were you trying to do to your friend for the past 2 years? Determination from last night blended with the memories Makoto had recounted and ate away at Sayaka's mind like a disease. Her mind began to rip itself apart. She fell to her knees. Clear ball. Mind that at just under 105 miles per hour, struck Monokuma in the mouth with enough force to sink into his face. The speaker in Monokuma's mouth was immediately destroyed as his body rolled onto the wall and stopped moving. Sayaka came to her senses and looked where the ball was flying from. She saw Leon, breathing heavily as he stared intensely at Monokuma. Yasuhiro grabbed him and yelled, "Ah, dude! Why the hell do you have that, Leon? The crystal ball is really valuable!" Leon had stolen Yasuhiro's crystal ball and thrown it at Monokuma. That Monokuma bastard was trying to take Sayaka hostage. What was I supposed to do? Dude, that crystal ball cost me $2 trillion! $2 trillion! They don't even print that much money anymore. Oh, bullshit! Besides, if the world is all screwed up, what the hell are you gonna need money for anyway? But if it's safe out there, I'll just join the major leagues or whatever and pay you back. Well, I could pay you back doing something else besides baseball. As those two argued, Sayaka fell to her knees. Hey! Shouted Leon, running toward her. Sayaka, are you okay? She looked at him and stared blankly. Leon. She had made up her mind and raised her head as she said, something I need to confess to you later. What? Seriously? Sayaka was staring at Leon so intensely that he briefly forgot about the current situation. Not just to you. To Makoto. The others too. Sayaka had made up her mind to confess the sin that was weighing heavily on her heart, but Leon seemed not to hear the latter half of her remark. He ran back to the others, slapped Hifumi and Yasuhiro on their backs and shouted, "Alright everyone! Let's ace this exam or whatever and get out of here already! There's no way I'm gonna let my happy memories of this place get taken away!" Monokuma inside the monitor responded, Fine. Now that things are finally coming to a boil, let's start the graduation exam. Sakura, who had been outside the dormitory, suddenly appeared with some information. Monokumas in the hallways are acting peculiar. Students all moved to the main building to see that Sakura was talking about. There they saw 15 Monokumas standing in 2 rows along the walls of the hallway, and one standing at the very end of the hall. Something strange on top of that Monokuma's head. An enlarged version of the escape button that Makoto had obtained from the Mono machine. As each student took in sight, an announcement rang throughout the school. The me at the end of the hall has a button on top of their head that will open the main entrance. You have 15 seconds to get that button, and if you do, I'll let you have it in place of a diploma. The students seemed surprised by that straightforward explanation. Only Celeste remained calm, and she asked Monokuma with a bored look on her face. Of course, it is not as simple as running up and taking it, is it? Oh, how mean. Do I look the kind of headmaster that would interfere with the students' graduation? Forget the gunfire salutes. I'm gonna send my graduates off with some fireworks. 100 fireworks to be exact, enough for 20 seconds of hardcore partying. More perceptive students immediately realized what he was talking about. Bombs installed inside each Monokuma. It would explode one after the other, filling the hallway with fire as soon as the time started. After 15 seconds, the me standing at the back of the hall is gonna sacrifice himself to give you guys one final firework. By the way, this probably isn't important, but that button isn't very durable. The graduation exam was Makoto's way of saying that he had no intention of letting anyone leave. It's clear from the explosion that the students saw during the entrance exam that the halls of Hope's Academy would be bathed in fire. Even if someone was lucky enough to survive the explosions, the burns on the bodies alone would be enough to send them into a fatal shock. their lungs might be completely incinerated by the scorched air before that. And if they sacrificed one student to run through the odds were low that they would even succeed. There was no reason for every student to run in at once either, and a shadow of despair fell upon their faces.
Nice, very nice. I was going to take a picture, so I had those faces as a souvenir.
As Monokuma laughed from behind the monitor, Sakura stepped forward. I'll do it. I've only seen the explosion once. I believe I'm capable of withstanding its power.
No!
shouted Hina.
You can't! Even you can handle 100 of those explosions!
Sakura shook her head. I'm the only one who even has a chance. Suddenly, Mado remembered the motorcycle he parked beside the dormitory and said, Hold up! The motorcycle might be fast enough to go through those explosions. I'll do it. Don't be hasty, urged Sakura. Even if the motorcycle is unharmed by the explosions, that doesn't mean its rider will be. Sakura and the others continued their debate. Person stepped toward the hallway riding Monokuma. Mikuru! Screamed Makoto weakly. Mikuru had her back facing Makoto, turning her head to the side slightly. And gave him a small nod. She knew it would come to this. She knew why Monokuma would pose such an impossible exam. I was already looking forward to the next despair game. Going to erase everyone's memories, including mine. Just wants to torment us and fill us with despair before that happens. But Mikuru knew her sister personally, all too well, and that's why she was confident. She knew that the escape button was real. Whenever Junko brought despair to others, she always made sure that there was a possibility that despair would befall her instead. The students won this gamble and made it through this horrible situation, finally escaped to the outside world. The outcome would obviously fill Junko with despair. The same way, she left a clue in Monokuma's control program, so would not be satisfied unless she took sure her own destruction. It's this quality that made Junko the ultimate despair. That's why Mikuru was determined to do it. She knew she was the only person who stood a chance of making this outcome possible, and she had to risk her life. But right now, Mikuru wanted to live more than anything. She wanted to hold on to the world she had no interest in previously. She didn't even know if this hesitation she felt was disappointing or not. She wanted to live and continue searching for a new path. A path where she would abandon her submission to despair. She could continue the sins of the past and continue to live. Mikuru, who was known as a war machine, found her heart set by overwhelming fear and anxiety. Until now, it had never occurred to her that determination would necessarily be necessary to live. As if she was brushing that fear aside, she quietly said, "Thank you, Makoto." Unfortunately, the words she said to the boy showed her new possibilities never reached his ears. Sakura, however, heard her and frowned as she said, "If you're planning to sacrifice yourself as an act of penance, I'll stop you with all my power." Words were firm, there were unmistakable affection hidden in them. Both girls had dedicated their lives to battle, yet Mikuru felt a twinge of jealousy towards Sakura for possessing something she lacked. Mikuru leaned towards Sakura and whispered in her ear, "What? Are you serious?" Sakura's frown intensified. Monokuma's voice blared throughout the halls.
Alright, I'm gonna start the exam now. Ready, set, go!
There was no time for questions or objections. Frontmost Monokuma exploded, sending a roaring wave of heat through the hall. Mikuru didn't look away. He began moving, powered by resolute determination. As soon as the graduation exam started, the mastermind focused its control entirely on Monokuma pulling the escape button. Completely synchronized her field of vision with it. She knew what was going to happen next. She could predict that her sister Mikuru would do this exact situation. Or she would choose to focus her superhuman skill with weaponry. And so, through Monokuma's eyes, she watched the scene unfold exactly as she had predicted. A pointed metal bar burst through the explosions, hanging straight to the heat point of the Monokuma holding the escape button. Specifically, it was aiming to the point where the bomb's detonation system Monokuma's power source overlapped. It flew straight and true as if it had been fired by a master archer. In order to bring despair to Monokuma, and by extension Junko as well, the super soldier known as Mikuru Kusama threw the pipe-like spear so it could attack the same weak point as she had pierced in the nurse's office. As explosions filled the hallway until only fire remained visible, the spear's speed and precision as it soared to its target defied all human logic. But the mastermind knew. She knew Mikuru had possessed this power to fill the world with despair. Power was all that disappointing girl had. That power was useless against Monokuma. The mastermind had predicted that Mikuru would put all her effort into that throw. Monokuma caught the middle bar perfectly between his hands. Forcing the throw knocked Monokuma back several yards, but the pointed end of the bar never pierced through his chest. Oh, that was disappointing. The mastermind turned to look at a different monitor. She wanted to see the look on Makuru's face when she realized she failed to strike Monokuma. Despair of seeing the final Monokuma explode right before her eyes, completely obliterating the escape button. She thought to steer this memory into her disappointing sister's final moments, so her newfound hope sank into a dark pit of despair. On instinct, she turned her attention to the surveillance camera that hadn't been destroyed. Instead of seeing Mikuru and the others, she only saw Sakura. It looked as though she had finished launching an attack. She only thought it was strange for 1 second, but that hopelessly powerful mastermind completely understood the situation, shifted her point of view to much. But because of that single second, she could feel just a pang of despair. 3 seconds left. Then the smoke flames heat encircling the hallway burst through with the speed of canonship. It glared at Monokuma with hot, boiling eyes that betrayed the icy expressions on its face, and then, sharply, swiftly, strongly, transformed into a living weapon that cuts through everything, revealing its true form in that hall of despair. 2 seconds left. Monokuma, who was still holding the metal bar in his hand, tried to move, but at that exact moment, the moving weapon was carved and packed through the flames and appeared before him. The body, which had never been moved on any battlefield, was sustaining all manner of burns and injuries. So, it did not falter. Firing its eyes, he only flickered once. 1 second left. The living weapon, Mikuru, slammed her knee into the back of the metal bar Monokuma was holding. The sharp tip of the metal bar pierced through Monokuma like a rail spike, spraying the detonator and his power source into pieces. It's up. The 100 explosions ceased and smoke blanketed the hallway. Mikuru had divided into Monokuma and the pristine escape button now resting in her hand. She and the other students of Oats Peak Academy had passed the graduation exam. Only a small amount of despair. Monokuma had tasted it only 3 seconds. First floor hallway. Junko! Mikuru looked down at Monokuma. She could no longer move or self-destruct. He could no longer move or self-destruct. When she spoke to him, a static-filled voice emitted from his mouth. It seemed his communication function still worked.
I never expected you to do that.
Still sound like Monokuma. Seems like his voice modulator was unharmed as well.
I must have overestimated you. I never thought you'd need anybody's help on the battlefield.
When I give the signal, please launch me forward with a roundhouse kick. Mikuru whispered these words to Sakura, just before the explosion started. After Mikuru threw the metal bar, she jumped into the air at the exact moment Sakura unleashed a roundhouse kick. Right when Sakura's foot made contact with her own, Mikuru used the force generated by the kick to propel herself at Monokuma. In the ultimate martial artist's superhuman attack like a springboard, she shot herself through the air like an artillery shell. During intense heat, shrapnel, and blood-draining G-force, she stayed conscious as she charged through the hallway, engulfed with explosions and despair. Mikuru trusted Junko. He trusted Junko to predict she'd throw the metal bar and cap it accordingly. Then she'd try to look at her face as despair sets in. Junko Inoshima, she knew, would definitely do that. Although Mikuru hadn't predicted that her sister would try to kill her with the spears of Gunganar, she had a better understanding of her actions now. Mikuru started to stare Monokuma in the face. All they could do was laugh scornfully.
You put your life in someone else's hands for a deadly battle. I don't know how I feel about that. It's always be a half-assed disappointment. I guess this time I'll just say I lost because I didn't see that much disappointment coming. The end. The end.
Mikuru shook her head at Monokuma. No. Wrong, Junko.
Huh?
We want to talk about winning or losing. We lost. Where we even started. Mikuru's eyes shifted from side to side as if she was unsure of something. She fidgeted in place as she continued to talk. No matter how much despair they felt, they didn't think they'd kill each other the way they were before. That's why you erased their memories. They aren't like the others you forced from the past. You knew these students would never do it. That's why you believed, isn't it?
What are you talking about?
So, it's okay, Junko. Back everyone's memories someday. Show you everyone's happiness. Your bonds. Show all that to you. Fill you with even more despair. Kuru nodded after she said this, as if to cheer her sister up. After several seconds of silence, Monokuma responded.
You finally beat me this one time, and that lame speech is the best you can do. You're such a disappointment. You never fill me with despair. It's just constant disappointment.
After pouting like a sore loser, Monokuma continued to speak in his usual tone.
And you guys will be back. And when that time comes, I'll invite you guys to a wonderful place. I found out about this fun island where I was running things here.
Monokuma's laughter filled the room before the static finally cut out and his remains fell silent. Wouldn't be talking again anytime soon. The mastermind had already prepared a new despair to bring to the world, students at Hope Peaks Academy, Junko included. In the end, the mastermind stayed in her Monokuma persona until the very end. Junko Inishima never showed her face again, as if she resented the despair Mikuru had given her. That thought almost filled Mikuru with despair. But when she heard her classmates calling for her, she sealed the despair into the depths of her heart. Now on, she would seal away all her despair. One day, when she can give Junko the perfect despair, she'll unleash all this despair she stored and plunge it with her sister into a dark abyss. Won't leave my little sister alone. The end. It's the first hope that disappointing older sister had felt since she was a child. Several hours later, main entrance. Why do we have Junko here? I guess it was unintentional. I wanted to check something. Give me 1 second. Okay. That's all I wanted to check. Mikuru, are you really going to go out wearing that wig? After receiving a blood transfusion of the correct blood type, Makoto was beginning to show signs of recovering. Mikuru, holding her wig to disguise herself as Junko Nishima, nodded. If I live as Junko, I'd be able to understand her better. Despite that, Mikuru's voice still sounded like her own, as if she hadn't fully decided. And I've made up my mind. While I'm out there, I've decided I'll accept everyone's hatred toward me, and toward Junko. I can't die until I destroyed all the despair that Junko had spread. It's a very interesting ending. The damage that ultimate despair inflicted upon the world could only be measured in terms of money, culture, or even human life. Television broadcasts had already begun informing people that Junko Nishima and Mikuru Ikusaba were the heart of ultimate despair, among the survivors of the outside world. Still people that hadn't been tainted by despair yet. Regardless of the fact that she released Makoto and the others, to these survivors she was nothing more than the reason the world ended. To the terrorists wearing Monokuma mask, who continued to ravage the world, Mikuru was nothing but a traitor. She was now in the hopeless situation of being enemies with most of humanity. But Mikuru wasn't making a big deal of it. Going to try. Kill anyone who comes after me for revenge. Safer for you just to turn yourself in? Wondered Yasuhiro. Oh, you might just get executed instead. You can live to be an old lady if your trial keeps getting pushed back. Mikuru slowly shook her head at Yasuhiro. Justice. These things no longer exist. Is it really that bad out there? Maybe we should just stay in here. But Ayaka glared at Yasuhiro with contempt. Ignorant idiots should just shut up. Their fate won't change whether you stay in here or not. Though he was shocked to learn that the Togami Corporation had been destroyed, Ayaka continued to remain firm and proud, even toward Mikuru. You are a rare asset. continued Bayaka, so I will let you live for now. Depending on your actions, I may consider forgiving your crimes after I've built a new world. Only a Tagami would boast that they're capable of forgiving the crime of ending the world. To do that, I plan on just surviving. Running away from Bayaka, Mikuru looked at the other students. After turning away, not running. Everyone was reacting in their own way. Kyoko had a look of quiet preparation. Toko, having just changed back into Genocide Jack, was panicked and confused. Mikuru looked back on the 2 years she spent with them, and turned to Makoto, who shared the same memories as her, and gave him the escape button. Press it. Huh? Me? It's better if you press it instead of me. She watched Makoto accept the button with some hesitation. Mikuru thought about what Monokuma.
You guys will be back.
Mikuru knew that Monokuma was telling the truth. For all, the file of the students needed to fully restore their lost memories remained hidden in the academy. Research notes of Saki Matsuda, the ultimate neurologist. Research is the key of restoring everyone's memories. Even if the students no longer have their memories, they may be able to repair the bonds that they had built among themselves over the past 2 years. As long as their memories remain unrestored, Mr. Mike could still repeat her deadly plan. Although the island mentioned earlier sounded strange, students could not turn their backs on the despair facing them. Then, let's go. Makoto remembered everything that was happening in the outside world. The boy who had chosen to remain inside the academy 2 years ago, now choosing to leave. Yet he struggled to come to that decision. But he was determined to face the despair awaiting him outside. It hid his internal conflict from the others. By protecting Makoto's hope, Mikuru could spare to her beloved sister. She no longer knew if the end result of her goal would lead to hope or despair. She pulled the wig over her head and hid her face with her hands. Was she smiling because her hope was waiting for her? Was she crying because her path would lead to despair? She lowered her hands, her face was devoid of all emotion. Mikuru no longer knew what expression she would be wearing on her face. At the same time, Makoto pressed the escape button. The siren began to wail as the turrets retraced into the ceiling. From beyond the heavy door, a bright light appeared. A infinite number of ifs, and all the possibilities contained therein. It's the world, accepting everything, hope, despair, and the feelings of that disappointing girl, Mikuru Ikusaba. Oh, that was the end? It was the last one! That was the last movie. Okay. So I need to go to...
Hey! Damn it! Oh! All right!
Oh, okay. I literally just said something about it. Coconuts, damn it! I saw some big ones that fell onto the shore. I haven't figured out how to split them open, but once I do that, we're gonna have ourselves some coconut juice. That reminds me, I have a replica sword. You might be able to split them open if we use it. Seriously? Then let's have ourselves a coconut party on the beach! What should you do? Should I agree? Yes, guess I'll come along. Nice! Nice reply, my friend. That's what I like to hear. Now then, let's hurry over to the park and get on with what Miyaka has to say. Now then, I should hurry too. Oh, wait. Wait, what was that? No, look back. I said something.
What's up?
Oh, that reminds me, Kazuichi told me to come to the beach, and I totally forgot. He'd probably yell at me if I ditch him, so I guess I should go. Oh, here he comes! I was waiting for you, Hajime!
Hello there.
Jeez, making you wait like that. You're such a naughty little kitten. Huh? You're here too, Teru? To be able to taste the natural flavor of freshly picked coconuts. I spend most of my time in places like Oyama and Osbu, so this is something I rarely get to experience. My courtesy as a chef has stimulated me.
Hey!
Who cares? Come on, this is a coconut we're looking for. Oh, it's pretty big.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it gets loads of juice inside of it. Are you going to split it open?
Huh?
Huh? Well, Hajime's gonna split it with a bang with that replica sword of his. No, wait, if I try to split it open, I might spill the juice all over the place.
Right!
Teru, do you happen to already know? Split these when you cook them, right? No! Use such a barbaric cooking technique.
Understand?
My style is to use a sensitive, delicate touch, no matter who or what I'm handling. How about it? Care for a taste? I had to gaggle. I got a gaggle of goosebumps all over my skin. Honk, 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 honk.
Whoa!
Ibuki, when did you...
Hello!
I just got here! I was holding hands with Pico and going for a walk when I saw you guys.
No.
I'm holding hands.
Mm-hmm. I can't stop drooling.
Yes, I see it. A moist and lily glistening with morning dew, blooming vibrantly on a tropical island. I'm pretty sure when the sun goes down, Miss Peko is the one who frolics in Miss Ibuki's lily field at night.
Hey,
Fascinating. Don't fantasize about weird things.
and?
Certainly. What are you all huddling around for?
Well...
Actually, we really want to split open this coconut so we can drink the juice inside of it.
I see.
See,
Hey,
Hajime, let me borrow that replica sword of yours. Okay.
then...
Ibuki, if it's not too much trouble. So it's reason up.
Yes!
Roger Dodger! And you're totally into this, aren't you, Pico?
Hey!
Hey! If you split open like that, want the juice just to spill out? It'll splatter all over us! Oh, fresh coconut lotion. Would it be better if I take off my clothes first? Break off, Teru! Not make such a mistake. All you need to do is be ready to catch what's going to happen. Oh. So cool! I might just fall in love with those quiet words of yours.
No problem!
Then here I come! Ready, set, now I've done it. It fell out right out of my hand.
More to the right!
More to the right.
The hand you receive change with! Oh, but it'd be the other hand if you're holding a purse. Let's go.
This level of adjustment is not a problem. Hey, yeah.
Yahoo!
Great success, Peko!
Once again, I have cut a worthless object.
How is it? Coconut tastes longing.
It's so yummy!
The smell is to die for, and it's perfectly ripe. It tastes like the Kalakaua Road at night.
What? Wait, what was he talking about?
Does this mean it's tasty?
Yeah, it's so good it makes all the coconut juice and drink up till now seem like a total shame.
And Ibuki's gonna have some too. You too, Peko.
No.
No, Please drink some. You wouldn't be able to enjoy such a tasty juice if it weren't for you.
That's right!
That's right! I finally got to taste this tropical island sensation. Seriously, thanks, Peko.
Well, guess that's about it.
I'm starting to come up with a new coconut recipe in my mind. If it's finished, I'll be nice if Miss Peko could sample my dish.
Honestly,
Just exaggerating. Do what I can.
not bad.
But if you're enjoying yourselves because of them, I'm truly glad. After having ourselves a good time, all thanks to Peko, we went back to our cottages. Okay. Now then, there's no reason to pull up in my room, so I can talk to you about an event.
Hey.
Hey, Hajime. Yeah, good morning.
Aw.
Jeez, what's with the sullen face? Well, I guess I'm not one to talk. I sleep last night. On my mind. I don't know if I'll ever get married.
Aww.
It's for kids, I should. Some new desserts and tea. Like some people to come chat with me.
Got it?
Oh, just so you know, it's gonna be a girls-only gathering. Don't expect the boys to be invited. Sounds like an excuse for some girl talk. What else to even talk about? I guess guys wouldn't even know. But I don't know how to make dessert. They're like, recipe book around here? That reminds me, I have this magazine with me that has an article in it about beginner dessert recipes.
Huh?
Really?
Hey!
Hey, can you show it to me? I'll invite you if you do. What should I do? Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Awesome! I'm safe. I guess I should change my evaluation of you a little. Unreliable Hajime to sometimes hopeful Hajime. I'm not really thrilled about that.
Hey!
Then come to the restaurant after breakfast, okay? Sure, it likes to boss some snacks around. Okay, we're gonna go straight up. Oh frick, I skipped over it again. I was still holding control. Oh no! Okay. After everyone left, I decided to go back to my cottage. My hero did tell me to go to the restaurant. If I show up late, I'm pretty sure she'll just yell at me, so I better get there soon. It's like nobody's here yet. Am I too early? What? Oh, it's just you, Monami. What did you shout? Why did you shout?
Because why is Hajime here?
I won't let you.
It's a big no-no. This is a girls-only gathering. No boys allowed.
I know, but my hero asked me to come.
What happened?
Is Hajime here? I heard this was for girls only. The hero asked me to bring her the dessert recipe. Oh, that's why. Any special participant?
Like,
Why is Monami here too?
Chiaki invited me.
Yep.
That's right. I invited her.
Aww.
Hi! The snacks that taste gross that thing hangs around.
What?
Just for me being here?
Huh?
All the girls are making desserts, right? Well, that's right. Monami is a sort of a girl too.
Even though it's a stuffing.
Aww.
Oh well. At this point, it'll be me to kick her out. Plus, I've already made an exception for Hajime to be here anyway. Putting Monami and me on the same level.
Alright,
let's start!
Yahoo!
Yoo-hoo! I'm gonna kick into overdrive.
No.
Don't believe you need to be so energetic when it comes to cooking. Why is this wholesome? Mikan, be sure to watch your fingers. You can be clumsy sometimes.
I'll do my best. I'll try to live up to your expectations so you don't hate me.
No, I mean, I'm just saying line up a bit.
My femininity is hella boss. This sort of activity, it's not so bad once in a while. Aww.
It's not bad, but ideally it'd be more bowl-shaped. Why are you making a sculpture of yourself? Ibuki, what is that? What are you making?
For many years now, Ibuki has always dreamed of making a cookie statue of her boobs.
Throw that dream away! Right now, I don't even want to look at it! What's happening? Akane is just mindlessly eating all the desserts being made. Therefore, I just keep my mouth shut.
I want to try eating it!
That... You mean the one on this page?
Yo!
Damn right! That looks totally delicious!
Hey!
What's even happening? It looks like a simple recipe, so we should all try to make that too. Why am I hungry? Hey! This rate, won't it take all day just for the prep work? After taking part in this mysterious female ritual, I went back to my cottage for the time being, mostly because after I helped with the prep work, they kicked me out. I know it was a girl thing, girls only, but to think that they even let Monami stay makes me want to cry. I got kicked out! They kept Monami. Oh, frick, I said something else about it. There's still some time before the. Okay. Okay. Hi. A new island, huh? I should go find some clues too.
Aww.
Huh? You can't! You promised you'd tie my kimono sash!
Hey.
That's right. That's right. We can do that after we finish exploring the new island.
But, if I don't hurry and go take a bath, call me smelly again. They're gonna bully me again.
Yeah.
Okay, then let's take a little shower.
Yay! Yay! We're gonna wash each other.
Huh? Wash each other?
Hey.
Hold on. I don't think it's a good idea for me to go into...
No, we're both girls. There's no need to be shy.
But...
Let's go!
Come on, let's go.
Yoko pulled Mahiru's hand, smiling like a child before the school trip, and headed to the cottages. Wash each other. Oh no, frick, am I gonna be a peeking Tom? I'm gonna go ahead and get Bayaka on screen. I see. Washing each other, huh? Washing each other? No, I shouldn't. I'm thinking, if I get caught, I'll never hear the end of it. But even I have men's urges swirling within me. Huh? Right. I do have it. Huge man's nut like this! Huh? What is it? What does the man's nut have to do with anything? Said that consuming it will increase your power to pursue romance. Oh no, am I gonna eat this? Urges, nut, urging nuts and urges growing within me. That's right, I have this with me. Right, I will obtain it. An urge that will exceed this nut! Then I, beyond steam, saw the nut. Urge that was resting on this island. Bayaka, you're not covering Kyoko!
Yay! Washing each other! Yay! Yay!
Bayaka was not covering Kyoko. Cover freaking Moonchild! What is this?
Hey. Where do you want me to wash you, Mahiru? From where to where do you want me to wash you? Jeez.
Oh! Just like chestnuts roasting on an open fire, my urges are boiling, churning and unloading inside my heart. Have I turned into terror? What's happening? Wait, huh? My characterization always this way? I think I've been possessed by terror. Feels like a side of myself. Not like I can erase that I've ever seen. I'll just leave it be. Oh, then I return like nothing ever happened. Okay, what was that? That's why it said it was not safe for work. Okay. Okay, talk to Kazuichi immediately.
Maybe.
It's probably impossible, but are those two in, like, intimate relationship? Intimate relationship? It's not how a teenager would describe it. Didn't you hear it? Hakane was pleading as she ran after Nekomaru. Her voice was oozing sexiness, dude. The more he talks about this, the more he sounds like a dirty old man. But following after them is scary too. If I ever got caught, they might rearrange my face. If only I had more courage. Hey Kazuichi, those who won't run will never see the goal.
Whoa!
Huh? Well, it's a quote from a manga I happened to see, and it just crossed my mind. What are you inspiring quote? What, huh?
Alright!
Hajime! My eyes are open now! Thanks to you! Alright, let's go running together! Huh? Me too? Crap, I should have kept my mouth shut. Let's go! To our horizon! What the heck? Oh, frick, I didn't read that. Kazuichi was filled with a weird sort of energy as we left the hospital together. He was practically dragging me.
Alright!
Alright! Our horizon is right here! Are you stupid? If you don't lower your voice, we're gonna get caught. No problemo! They're probably inside that cottage. Once they start doing getting into it. There's no way they'll be able to hear their surroundings. Okay then, let's go, my friend. Let's run to our goal. Seriously, should have kept my mouth shut. There's no way I'll be able to stop him. So how about it, Hajime? Do you see anything? No. Keep peeking like this for much longer. Might get caught soon.
Oh. Oh.
I don't like these noises. What the? Was that Akne's voice just now?
Hey, hey!
Hey. What the heck was that? That's a chick's voice, and it sounds hot. Hey, are they really?
Come on! Come on! Come on!
Baka's gonna be glaring at all of you for this.
My body just can't live without this anymore.
There's only one ultimate masseuse, and that's me! Nekomaru Nide! I'll need every pressure point throughout your body, and I'll help you see a brand new world!
I don't like those noises!
I'll blow away your fatigue!
I was not expecting the ah-cha-cha-cha-cha-cha-cha.
How about it? You just can't live without it anymore, huh?
What the heck? Hey, Hajime? Horizons are beautiful things. They keep chasing after, right? Probably. Yeah, that sounds right. So, what exactly is a horizon anyway? You were using that word without knowing what it is.
Well,
You know, it sounds kinda cool, right? Of all the words I know, that one sounds coolest. Damn it, in the end, being lugged around like this just made me even more tired. Arrived at my cottage much earlier than usual. Fell into a deep. Okay, well, that's the end of... Oh, right on time, too. Well, this is gonna be the end of Danganronpa 2. I'll play the third one after